Morning,
Hola.
Paula. Morning, Natalie.
Hola, hola, hola.
¿Cómo
Hola.
estáis? Hi,
Hola.
Jamie.
Hola.
Hola, Paula.
Os oigo.
¿No me oyes?
Hi, hi. Hola, ¿qué tal?
Genial. Sí,
Hi.
yo igual.
Hear you.
Yo os oigo a los dos.
Good morning and welcome back to our live broadcast. Did you have time to catch your breath after these last 2 days? I certainly hope so, because today we have lots more to come. Today we will be witnessing the opening of the first edition of the Tomorrow.Mobility Congress digital program. Tomorrow.Mobility Congress looks to be a worldwide event seeking to activate and promote sustainable and intelligent urban mobility. It has the vocation to be a global reference in the transportation sector, not only through this main on-site congress, but with a year-round digital platform as well. This digital platform will be an innovation hub meant to attract and connect the industry's key players. Today, we'll have amazing speakers, great interviews and intriguing content. However, before we get started, let's see where Natalie and Paula are. Paula, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Jamie. Here I am waiting to see what happens today at the third day of the Expo. And today we're focusing on mobility. That's why today's event is called Tomorrow.Mobility. And for those of you watching from home, let me remind you today's hashtag, the one you should be using already, is TMWC21. And let's see what you've been already tweeting about. Webfleet News says it's the third day and final of the Smart City Expo World Congress. And the message is loud and clear. We are the cities we make. We're excited and confident that we can build a better future. Also, Pablo Portillo 75 says collaboration, big data, and citizen empowerment are key for sustainable urban services. And Proinbal SL says our intelligent crosswalk systems for pedestrians also collect data on mobility, noise, air quality, temperature, and humidity. We'll keep on checking on those tweets, so keep your activity. And Jamie, I'll be back with you real soon.
Excellent, Paula. Thank you very much. Keep us informed. We'll be talking later again.
Cities need to embrace a growing number of alternatives to keep their air clean. Changes in urban mobility anticipate profound transformations in traditional motorization. Future main modes of travel include a wide range of alternatives such as cycling and walking, biking and car sharing, multimodal travel options, as well as electrical vehicles. People's choices in mobility, technology, and travel frame their willingness to adopt new and more sustainable forms of transportation. Identifying the most accurate and meaningful data is becoming an increasing challenge for policymakers who are faced with the overwhelming mass of information available today. Cities around the world are planning infrastructure-oriented transportation policies with softer, targeted interventions aimed at changing the mobility practices of a diverse group of users. Join us for the ultimate worldwide event to understand user behavior and state-of-the-art transportation policies seeking to accelerate sustainable and intelligent urban mobility.
Now let's check on our other correspondent. Good morning, Natalie. Tell us, where are you and what sort of surprises can our audience expect today?
Good morning, Jamie. Yeah, no, we're very excited to be here for this third and final day of the event that's really focused on mobility. And I'll be having a lot of interesting experts joining me here in the other chair. We're just outside of the speaker room in the main auditorium. We'll soon be kicking off interviews with a lot of really interesting experts. And just to give you kind of a bit of a taste of what's to come, you will be talking about the European project EIT Urban Mobility. Then I'm really excited to be talking to Ms. Evliati from the city of Stockholm, and she's going to tell us more about how the city of Stockholm has used waterborne transportation to really become a more sustainable city. We also have brilliant mobility consultant Ms. Chamoussi from the company Fluctuo, who's going to share some really interesting insights with us later on. We've got Mr. Krivejo from PBSC and Mr. Suska from the city of Prague, so tons of interesting city case studies as well. We also have Mr. Amvari from UCL Intelligent Mobility, who's going to be joining us here today, as well as experts from the Eurocities network who will be sharing a lot of their expertise with our audience today. So a lot of great things and experts to look forward to today.
Splendid. Thank you very much, Natalie. We'll come back to you later. As you know, this is the inaugural year of the Tomorrow.Mobility World Congress, an event that has been made possible thanks to the tireless efforts of these two women beside me, Miss Delphine Remeux, Tomorrow.Mobility's director, and Miss Maria Tsavalakidis, EIT's Urban Mobility Director. Thank you for coming here today and for being here, for your time.
It's a pleasure, Jamie.
So, first question, Delphine. For our audience, why is it so important, this Tomorrow.Mobility Congress?
This is the pilot edition, as you said. We want to position it as a worldwide event, for urban mobility, intelligent and sustainable urban mobility. We are happy to be there this year. We are jointly celebrating with Smart City Expo World Congress. And during those 3 days, we're going to have a powerful congress, with more than 12 mobility sessions, some high-level international speakers there. We have more than 100 companies and institutions exhibiting in the Expo area. We have a wonderful innovation zone for innovation projects, And of course, we have this digital program starting today for the people who are not able to make it to Barcelona.
That was my question also for Maria. So why is it important to have a global hub like this for all of us to connect key players in the mobility industry?
Yes, Jamie, so you just said it, so to connect all the important players, and we are in a very special time. Everybody knows that we have to fight climate change. So in Europe, we want to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 55% by 2030. We want to make at least 100 cities climate neutral by 2030. So it's a very great endeavor to do so, and it's also very complex to do so. You need the public side, you need the private side to work together, and you need them to come together. So it requires collaborations from all sides, and for that you need platforms like Tomorrow.Mobility, where people can come together, they forge connections, they exchange knowledge, best practices, so that we can really accelerate the change that we need.
That's what was important, isn't it? Because we see people from all over the world, different companies, different institutions, different public organizations, just sneaking around, probably picking ideas for their own. I have a question for you, Delphine. Talk me through names, specific names. How many speakers do you have, and what are we going to hear today?
Okay, so we have two mobility programs running at the same time. We have the physical congress today and the two days before, and we are starting the digital program today. So between those two programs, we have around 100 speakers. And I want to highlight the fact that within the digital program, we have more than 60% of the speakers who are women. And we are really proud of that. We are working really hard on gender equality, so congratulations to the teams. And regarding the digital program, today we will hear about Ms. Fernanda Rivera, who is the General Director of Road Safety and Sustainable Urban Mobility Systems from the Ministry of Mobility of Mexico. And she's going to talk about sustaining the COVID cycling craze in Mexico. We have Ms. Mariola Panzuela from Zero Emission Program Manager of C40, who is going to talk about current EU frameworks on urban mobility. We have Dr. Bani Anvari, Lecturer in Intelligent Mobility and Director of Intelligent Mobility Lab, UCL, who is going to talk about how do humans interrelate with autonomous vehicles. We're going to talk about a lot of things, and meanwhile, in the physical congress, we're going to talk about urban air mobility. We're going to talk about public transport after COVID. So it's going to be, we have an amazing program today.
Maria, cities are changing really fast, and in the past years, we've seen different means of transport emerge. So the question is, what is, in your opinion, the main area of focus cities should aim at? So what can really make a change right now?
Wow, so Jamie, that's the complexity of it all. So you cannot just pick one area. You have to change basically the whole system. So you have to tackle different areas at the same time. It's like a big jigsaw puzzle where everything needs to click together. So, but just to mention a few areas which are, I think, common for all cities. So you need a very good public transport system. So the mass transit has to be efficient. You need to have infrastructure for active mobility so that people can shift from the use of private cars to cycling, to walking. And of course you need to connect the modes. So just as you said, there are many new modes coming up, micro-mobility, and you need to connect them so that people have a choice to use either or. And also you need the multimodal platforms where people can get the information of what is the best mode for the specific context they are in. And then of course you need to electrify everything that can be electrified. That is very important, so that we really cut the greenhouse gas emissions fast. And most importantly, I think, so we need to also look at people's behaviors, and we have to address people, because in the end, if people don't change behaviors, you can make offers, but if they don't take it, the change will not happen. So these are education, reaching out to people, awareness, but then also to empower them, to include them in the process of change. And that is, I think, something that all cities need to do. Some already do, but we have to do much more on that.
What are the goals of the Tomorrow.Mobility Congress, Delphine?
The goal is to establish itself as a global benchmark in the urban mobility, and the aim is to connect the different players in order to advance the future urban mobility challenges we are facing. But I wanted to highlight that Tomorrow.Mobility is not only about the 3 days event. We want to go behind the event. We are going to launch a digital platform in order to create content, generate content, to create knowledge, and in order for the urban mobility professionals to learn, to exchange, to meet their peers. So this is another part of the Tomorrow.Mobility program we are going to launch. We are going to create a urban mobility innovation hub in Barcelona, physical, to gather companies, public administrations, startups, in order to spur innovation. And we are going to work with the Barcelona City Council in order to launch a mobility week in order to engage citizens as well, you know. So we have the whole ecosystem in contact and gathering together in order to work on the future challenges regarding sustainability.
Sounds exciting and challenging too.
Yeah.
Smart City Expo's purview has normally been in sustainable and efficient cities. Now we are seeing how mobility has a full day of the Congress to itself. What would you say is mobility's new role in cities?
I don't think it's a new role. So mobility has been in the center of cities.
Okay.
Always. So if you don't have a good mobility system, your economy cannot prosper, and you cannot have health and well-being of people. So these are the two main goals. So you need mobility for that. Mobility today is taking a toll on both economic prosperity of cities, because you have congestions, time losses that you can actually, monetize or put a euro value to it. And you have a toll on people's health as well. So air pollution, noise. So mortality is actually influenced by the impact of mobility. So if you don't have good mobility, you don't have a good economy in cities, you cannot attract young talent, and you will not have a good quality of life in cities. So we need good mobility, and for that we need finance, and we need innovation. This is what Tomorrow.Mobility is about. And of course we need leaders that will make it happen.
Hopefully that will happen. Thank you very much, Ms. Tsavarakidis, Ms. Romeo. We really hope this is the first of many Tomorrow.Mobility Congress. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
This is what we hope as well.
Thank you. And this has only just started. We will be hearing about Stockholm mobility in no time. Stay tuned.
Cities need to embrace a growing number of alternatives to keep their air clean. Changes in urban mobility anticipate profound transformations in traditional motorization. Future main modes of travel include a wide range of alternatives such as cycling and walking, biking and car sharing, multimodal travel options, as well as electrical vehicles. People's choices in mobility, technology, and travel frame their willingness to adopt new and more sustainable forms of transportation. identifying the most accurate and meaningful data is becoming an increasing challenge for policymakers who are faced with the overwhelming mass of information available today. Cities around the world are planning infrastructure-oriented transportation policies with softer, targeted interventions aimed at changing the mobility practices of a diverse group of users. Join us for the ultimate worldwide event to understand user behavior and state-of-the-art transportation policies seeking to accelerate sustainable and intelligent urban mobility.
One of the most challenging questions facing city administrators, not just in Europe but across the world, is how to manage the number of vehicles coming into urban spaces. There are numerous factors at play, ranging from human health and pedestrian safety to economic factors and simple traffic jams. So how do you approach it? How do you get people out of their vehicles and convince them to take another mode of transport? Air pollution causes an estimated 40,000 deaths every year in Europe, and traffic is of course a contributing factor to that toll. Some cities have introduced bans on diesel cars, often the worst vehicles for air pollutants, to try and limit the number of problematic vehicles on their roads. But diesel ban is a bit of a misnomer, as it's not the fuel itself that's being banned, but any cars that do not meet certain emission standards. In Brussels, for example, the very oldest diesels are now precluded from entering the city limits, and the criteria will become more strict over the coming years. In London, those same cars are not banned, but subject to additional charges. It basically reveals what is becoming somewhat of a self-evident truth. City authorities are the ones best placed to set the rules for issues like this. Here is what Brussels residents have to say about it.
I think we have way too many cars in Brussels and in Belgium, really. And so I think, yeah, that's one of the aspects of the problem that we should look at.
I think that people can be both cyclists and car drivers. And I think that you should always have a multitude of different modes of transport available to the people living in the city and getting around the city. I wouldn't necessarily directly say ban a certain group of vehicles, although of course I support the trend of slowly phasing out the more polluting ones.
If you know that diesel is causing health problems for people, then you have to act, but it has to be done in a way that's sensitive to people's needs and to actually solving other problems as well in the city. It's not just diesel fumes that are the problem, it's also number of cars.
German cities like Hamburg and Stuttgart were pioneers in restricting traffic in this way, but local officials had to earn the right to set the rules. Judges decided ultimately that they did have the power to implement diesel bans, after critics had insisted it should be a federal decision made by the government in Berlin instead. Polluting cars seem to have a bleak future ahead of them. The European Commission will ratchet up EU-wide CO2 busting targets for new car sales, and is even exploring the idea of banning the internal combustion engine, as an ever-growing need for more ambitious climate policies forces policymakers to think radically. Some countries like the UK and Denmark already want to do that after 2030. But in the case of EU nations, internal market rules make the prospect of a full ban an unlikely one. Scaling back the use of polluting cars, given the impact on human health and the climate, is ostensibly a no-brainer. But people still need to move between and within cities, so more sustainable modes have to keep pace with demand. One option is to provide motorists with enough electric car infrastructure so that they can confidently make the switch to battery power, without worrying about where they're going to charge up their vehicles. Plugs like these are starting to become more commonplace, and the EU has a target of at least 3 million across the continent by 2030. Then there's public transport. Cities are investing in electric bus fleets, additional metro services, and new technologies like autonomous driving that could increase capacity. But there's still the ghost at the feast, coronavirus. In the new age of social distancing, at least until a vaccine or better treatment is available, the prospect of getting on a packed bus is not appealing. Human health and climate breakdown then are no longer secondary concerns when it comes to thinking about urban mobility and providing public services.
it is easy to imagine that more cities and more governments will be making radical changes in the sector over the course of the coming decade. How quickly those changes take hold, though, remains to be seen.
Despite remote working helping us ride out pandemic lockdowns, mobility is key for cities' economies and for our daily lives to run smoothly. That's why it's so exciting to be witnessing such important changes in the sector, from electrified vehicles to self-driving automobiles and more. To discuss their latest innovation with us is Miss Benique Treverton, the head of communications at Easy Mile. She is with Paula in the solutions sector. Let's connect with them. Hello, Paula. Miss Treverton,
Hi,
welcome.
Jamie. Yes, here I am. Hi, Jamie. Yes, here I am with Miss Treverton.
Hi.
And we wanted to ask you about your biggest project, this bus, this shuttle.
Yes.
How does it work? What technology does it use?
Well, this is a driverless shuttle, so there's no steering wheel, no pedals, no driver. It works with autonomous technology. So that means that it's very, very smart. It's equipped with a whole range of sensors, cameras, lidars that you can think of it as the eyes and ears of the shuttle. So it's like a little medium-sized computing system on wheels, and it's using all of those things, and a lot of data is flowing through it to create like a 360-degree picture of its environment, so it knows what's around it, what's coming, what it's seeing, what it's hearing, so that it can essentially drive autonomously on its own.
Wonderful. And when was it first implemented?
So the company's been around since 2014, so we're, well, a medium-sized player, an old player in a young industry. This first hit the road in 2015 in Switzerland. There were 6 of them at a university campus in Lausanne, and many more deployments since then.
And can we see it in other cities today?
Yeah, absolutely. It's all over the world. We've been in more than 30 countries around the world, nearly 400 locations. So yeah, it's very real. It's out there. It's driving. We have a lot of deployments here in Europe. We have a number in Australia, in America as well. In the US, we've had quite a few. Saudi Arabia. The list goes on. So it really does operate globally, which is really exciting.
Wow. Before we started shooting, we opened the door.
Yes,
because
go for it.
It works. It actually works here at the fair.
Have you ever been inside one before?
No, I haven't actually.
Please go ahead and step in.
It's wonderful. How many people do
12 people.
12 people fit in here. Wow.
Yep. So they can be sitting or standing for a variety of uses. It might be running on its own on a campus or a business park, or it's used as what's called a first and last mile connection. So if you've got a small town and your train station is in one spot, your bus station is in the other, and you need to connect to those two, this is what you use an autonomous shuttle like this for.
It's wonderful.
Yeah.
And what other projects do you have in your company? What are you working on, actually?
A lot with these shuttles, obviously, and I think what's the most exciting thing about these is the way it's all progressing. So I don't know how much you know about the different levels of autonomous driving, but there's 5 different levels.
Wow.
These are operating between level 3 and 4. So level 3 means that there is still physically somebody on board to supervise, to be there, to talk to people, but more and more we're progressing to what's called level 4, and that's where any human supervisor is completely removed from on board, so they can supervise remotely from a control center. That's where it gets super interesting, because it makes these things a lot more flexible. Like, let's say you're a university campus and you have a peak time of year or a less peak time, you know, you can reprogram the route, you can add more vehicles, you can take more out. Or here in Spain, if you've got, you know, a fiesta or a festival for a weekend in a small community where this is running and you need more shuttles, put a few more on your fleet, and it's very flexible and scalable.
Wow.
Words, I would use. So it's really progressing.
We're hoping to see those very soon running through our streets.
We have had a lot of inquiries from Spain today,
Yeah?
so yeah,
Okay,
we'll be
so
getting back
then-
to all those people.
Yeah, definitely. We'll be looking forward to seeing them real soon. Thank you very much for having us today.
Pleasure.
And congratulations on your project.
Thank you. Nice to talk to you.
I'll talk to you later, Jamie.
Thank you very much, Miss Treverton. Thank you too, Paula. I have to say I'm jealous. You get to taste steaks yesterday, vegan steaks of 3D made, and now going on in those vehicles is just amazing. Thank you. Stockholm is growing as never before, with new neighborhoods and transport infrastructure currently under construction. With the ambition to become a livable, attractive and fossil fuel-free city, Stockholm is testing new ways to relieve roads from congested traffic. One such solution being waterways. Following a successful pilot, the city of Stockholm has formalized a partnership with the Stockholm region for subway construction waste to be transported on barges instead of heavy trucks. To speak with us about these exciting new projects is Miss Maria Angeliki Evliati, project manager for clean vehicles in Stockholm, about the lessons, challenges and opportunities of logistic waterborne transport. She's with Natalie right now in the speaker's room. Good morning, Natalie. Miss Evliati, welcome.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Well, we're super excited to have you here to learn more about these new projects in Stockholm. And yeah, first of all, we really wanted to learn more about the use of barrages. They're popular in other European cities and countries. Germany, Holland, and Belgium all have a lot of canals and waterways. And why is Stockholm now also really interested in this mode of transportation?
Well, so Stockholm is built on water, and we have a historical relation to waterways, we can say. But nowadays, although we have quite developed public transport on water, public transport as well as passenger boats, we don't use the waterways really for freight. And we are growing very fast. More apartments are being built. We have constructions for the underground extension, which means that we have a construction site all over the city, and that means excavation material that needs to be transported. And that is normally done by heavy trucks that pass through the city. And the problem is that those trucks, they have a limited capacity, they cause nuisance, it's noise, it's pollution, it's vibrance, and damages also to the inner city infrastructure. So we had to come up with a better solution that's more environmental friendly. And so we just very recently formalized this partnership with the Stockholm region to transport the excavated materials on barges, on water. And this is a very clear example of what an EU pilot project can do. That's how we started. And we could show that 2 barges can replace 400 to 500 trucks per week during the pilots, and we can achieve 1/3 of CO2 emissions with a barge in comparison to using heavy trucks. And at the same time, we have no vibration, no pollution in the city, and also a more flexible timetable to transport these heavy masses. And we see this potential to expanding in other kinds of freight, to shift from road transport to waterways in order to create a more attractive environment in the city for our citizens.
That's great. That's some really interesting data and numbers there as well. And I know a pilot project has also been underway when it comes to waste transportation on barrages as well. If you could tell us a bit more about that and the results that you're expecting.
Yeah, so we were very excited. We're just at the planning phase, and we're doing that with Stockholm Vatten och Avfall. It's Sweden's largest water and waste management company, and it's under the framework of ASAP JPI Urban Europe project. So our expectations is to make recycling more accessible for citizens in Stockholm, to reduce congestion in the inner city, and also to reduce CO2 emissions. So you probably wonder how this is going to work. So the citizens will basically get the opportunity to walk down the street to a dock nearby and leave their material they wish to recycle. Or dispose, and on a pop-up recycling station placed on a barge. We will have staff there that will help people sort the material correctly, and other visitors will be also able to take some items such as clothes or kitchen items, for instance, that they would like to reuse. And the floating recycling center will move around different docks in connection to the inner city for 6 days, and when the project is over, we will transport the waste to one of the main recycling stations in Stockholm. And normally we do this pop-up recycling stations in connection to squares, so land-based, and that normally stays 1 or 2 days for people to visit before moving to the next one. And normally we have around 50,000 to 70,000 visitors in one of these pop-up recycling stations, and we collect about 50 tons of waste, and also 50,000 objects that would have otherwise be disposed are now reused. So we see that as a complement to traditional recycling stations, so that more citizens can access without needing to have a car. And we hope that we can show that now we can also shift it to waterways, so that we don't need to use road transport at all, especially except for the small part of the last mile.
Yeah, that's super interesting. And I think we have 1 more minute, but kind of quickly, what could Stockholm, really share in terms of lessons learned with other cities when it comes to waterborne transportation?
Yeah, we hope we can show functional cases to inspire other cities for shifting from road transport to waterways, because we see a very big potential. I think it can be interesting for other cities being placed near water, having rivers or canals and things like that. And since everyone is working for climate neutrality and fossil fuel-free cities, I think it can be interesting for many cities around Europe.
Great. Well, thank you so much for sharing that. It's been a really interesting case study to hear more about. And Jamie, back to you, and let's see what else we've got coming up today.
We're absolutely thankful to the City of Stockholm for its leadership and innovation in this field. And thank you, Ms. Evliati, for being with us today.
Tactical urbanism is a way of making a change happen in a city in a directly sort of bottom-up way, and is less to do usually with formal planning processes. So it's really opportunistic. It's taking advantage of a space and a possibility within it and trying to make it happen as quickly as possible. It's very powerful for demonstrating what change is possible one way or another. The Street Moves project is kind of trying to find a balancing act between this kind of tactical urbanism and a more strategic response. What we're trying to do is understand how would we flip all of the streets in Sweden to be healthy, sustainable, vibrant places full of life, different types of mobility, all the kinds of different applications, if you like, that we can run on that old hardware that is the street. So we're trying to diversify that, understand how people can shape it themselves and be part of that in a far more participative way.
What we have done is actually, we call it the urban boardwalk. We have got inspiration from parklets. I saw it first in San Francisco, and from there we have thought how we can use that kind of idea and get out on streets in Sweden. We have tried different kind of solutions, e-scooter parking racks and bike parking and benches. And then we will also have planters to see more greenery on the streets. We have also thought about solutions for delivery boxes to put out on the streets, carpool solutions, electric charging for cars, and we are looking into the social interaction between people. We're looking into culture and implementing more of a vibrant street life. So we try to reflect on those different functions that the street should be and what kind of applications we can make to encourage that.
We built all of these streets in the 20s or the 30s or the 60s or the 70s, and we haven't really evolved them. So they're still baked around an idea of car ownership from the 1980s, really, dominating an environment now which is full of bikes and walking and scooters and e-bikes and cargo bikes and all kinds of other things as well. So we need to set those things up just as a process of change, and that means a different kind of process. It means continual engagement, continual participation. The only way to do that is to start building the street in a more adaptive way. So if you think about those small elements there as kind of bits of jigsaw pieces or Lego or IKEA, you know, choose your own metaphor, but it's something that you can begin to hack and evolve over time and then say, okay, this was a garden for a while, that's not working out, now it needs to be half garden plus parking space or charge point plus bike rack. You know, that's a certain kind of design in itself, which is designed to change.
As cities look to remove a reliance on cars to discongest roads, we are seeing micro-mobility solutions sprout up. These generally feature scooters and bikes. Our next speaker is Mr. Giancarlo Crivello, the Chief Relationship Officer at PBSC, a company specialized in building both software and constructing the technology to help us transition into a micro-mobile world. He is with Paula right now, and let's hear what he has to say.
Yeah, that's correct, Jamie. Here I am with Giancarlo Crivello.
Correct, that's good.
How are you today?
I'm very good, and yourself?
Welcome to this amazing expo.
Yeah, great to see everyone here.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We wanted to ask you about your multimodal charging solution.
Yes.
In what ways is this revolutionary in urban micromobility?
No, absolutely. Thank you for asking. You know, we don't view our station as a e-charging station. It's really a mobility hub, whereas cities have the opportunity to either lock their mechanical bike, their electric bike, and as you can see, also an e-scooter, charging e-scooter, and in the future, EV charging for cars. So it's really a mobility hub that a consumer can walk to the station and choose any vehicle, be it a bike, scooter, mechanical, e-bike, and away you go.
That's great. And we wanted you to take us through your e-bike.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Right behind you see our e-bike. This is one of the two bikes we have. We offer two bikes. One is the Boost, which you find on the streets of Barcelona is our Boost, and this one here is our e-Fit. Our e-Fit is a 24-inch tires. It's central motor. Our batteries are in the frame. And what's unique about the e-Fit, it could either charge in our mobility hub via our patented triangle in front or swapping batteries. Mm-hmm. So for whatever reason, if you need to swap batteries, we have that option also. As you can see over here, we have a display. So for the user itself, at any time, they know how much battery is left on the bike itself, which has autonomy of 70 kilometers. And obviously, you can see how fast you're going and all that.
Wow, that's amazing, amazing. There's a lot of controversial talk about safety with these kind of vehicles. How can cities reassure their citizens the safety of these vehicles?
Well, in our field, there's the dock-based mobility hubs, which PBSC is the world leader in, and then there's the the dockless and loose bikes. For safety itself, it's to protect the assets. So ourselves, safety is the utmost importance. So be it our bike, we have some bikes in North America with over 10 years, 100,000 kilometers. They're built to last, and they're built with safety at the first priority itself. So we try to not introduce as much gadgets to the bikes itself, keeping it simple. At the end of the day, the user wants to have a safe and reliable ride, and that's where our focus is.
That's super interesting. And let me ask you about how can cities, what do they need to do in order to implement these infrastructures to have these in their cities?
No, absolutely. There's, typically it's done through a tender process itself. Bike sharing, or be it if it's a mechanical or a e-bike, needs to be viewed as part of the transportation network. So this is not the sole solution, it's part of the solution. So be it if a consumer wants to take the tram, the train, the bus, cities need to view bike sharing as part of their transportation cocktail and fund it in such way, which they are. So it's really typically done via public tenders where we reply and we go from there.
And now, due to COVID, we've all been seeing that people are not as much into trains or buses. How do you think this tendency of new micromobility is going to stick after the pandemic goes away?
I don't think it's going to go away. One thing we did notice during the pandemic, mainly last year, is people felt safe taking the bike because you're in a controlled atmosphere, it's the handlebars, you're not in a public, in a bus itself. So people really use the bike sharing around the world in many cities as the main way to get from point A to point B. And as we're getting out of this pandemic and more people are traveling, we're not seeing usage reduce. It's not going away. If anything, I think they put more focus and enlightenment in our micromobility space.
I think that's going to happen, yeah.
Nope,
thank you very much for having us, Giancarlo.
Pleasure.
And have a great day.
Yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Back to you, Jamie.
Mobility is a sector that has been rapidly changing in the last couple of years, spurred by the COVID-19 pandemic. With cities adapting their infrastructures for new ways of moving, it is important to incubate new ideas and technologies in order to improve our overall society. With us today to speak about his incredible work is Mr. Philip Schmitz, the Business Development Officer at EIT Urban Mobility. Mr. Schmitz, welcome.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
The first question, Mr. Schmitz, why are you launching the Mobility Innovation Marketplace?
So we at EIT Mobility, we are supporting more than 100 mobility solutions and 400 startups to go to the market over the next 5 years. We needed basically a platform to create visibility for our solutions, but also for any kind of mobility innovation out there. So we want to offer one place for sustainable mobility innovation, coming from the inclusive e-bike solution for physically impaired people that gives a new travel experience for wheelchair drivers, over micro-mobility dashboards with APIs for municipalities and mobility service providers, to fully automated vertical parking solutions.
So does this mean that the marketplace is an exclusive service for your collaborators?
No, it's actually an open platform and free of charge. It's open and free of charge, and
it's open for everybody.
It's open for everybody, and basically we are happy to feature any kind of mobility innovation out there. It should be. We want to provide a broad variety of mobility innovation to respond to the very individual needs of our cities.
What does it offer to its visitors?
So we have realized that there are many platforms and project websites out there that promote that just exist for reporting purposes and not really interested in the uptake.
Okay.
So there are These project websites promote largely far future projects, unfinished projects, sometimes not up to date, with limited outcomes or no proven impact. Within our mobility innovation marketplace, we want to make sure that our mobility innovations are tested and have been successfully implemented in cities. So with these implementations, we make sure that we have good impact indicators, and these solutions can be scaled also elsewhere in other urban environments.
The question I have to ask to myself, and everybody's asking themselves, so how can we learn about these successful solutions? How can we learn more?
So apart from the mobility products that we are promoting, we also feature use cases, which are kind of references or best practices for the implementation of these solutions. Here the visitor of the marketplace will learn more about the challenges within the local city context, about the lessons learned during the implementation, how citizens have been engaged, and of course also finally the impact that has been achieved.
Last question. So can the marketplace help me find out what solutions other European cities are using?
Yes, indeed. So the marketplace comes with a geographical map that makes it very easy to find specific cities and what kind of solutions they are already using. On this mobility innovation map, you can basically find any city in the world and check what kind of solutions they're already using.
Amazing. So definitely I'll give it a try. Thank you very much, Mr. Schmitz, for being here with us today.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. The transportation sector accounts for 1/5 of global emissions. It is therefore imperative that new forms of sustainable mobility are developed and implemented throughout our metropolises to combat the climate emergency. With us today to talk about how this urgent transition can be undertaken, we have Joanne Lepetit, the Business Development Manager at EIT Urban Mobility. She is with Paula right now, is that right?
Yes, here we are with Mr. Lepetit. Welcome. Thank you for having this little moment with us.
Thanks for having me.
We wanted to ask you, what do you think the Green Deal objectives mean for sustainable cities?
That's a very good question. That's also a question that we actually went and had a closer look at in our latest study that we published last week, actually. And we thought that we have this very ambitious plan at European level. We have the Green Deal, and the Green Deal means basically for the transport sector, we need to reduce our emissions of CO2 by 55% in 2030 and by 90% in 2050 compared to what we emitted in 1990. Now the issue is, between 1990 and today, emissions of CO2 from transport in Europe went up 25%. So we have a huge challenge. We know that cities are spearheading this challenge. So we thought, okay, what do cities need actually to achieve this objective of minus 55% and minus 90%? So we looked at about 800 cities in Europe. We did so with a modeling tool to actually explore what would be the impact. And we looked at 3 different policy scenarios. We looked at one scenario where basically measures are mostly technological and infrastructure, so more metro line, more bus lanes. We looked at another scenario looking at behavior, so only incentives, trying to nudge people into more sustainable modes. And we looked at a scenario mixing both aspects, so behavioral on the one hand, but also technological and infrastructural. And the bottom line from our study is that we really need ambitious action now in cities in a mode that is away from moving cars toward moving really people, and that the shift needs to happen now, and that additional action is required in the next years, in the coming months, if we want to be on track to this very ambitious objective we have in Europe.
We definitely need that message to go out there, and we wanted to ask you, what benefits do you think this transition could mean to citizens in those cities and around the world, actually?
So that's definitely something that we wanted an answer to, and we found out that basically there are like two main kind of benefits that cities and also citizens can expect. So on the one hand, there are some non-financial benefits, so societal benefits, and on the other hand, there are financial benefits. And if I go first with financial benefits, what we looked at was, okay, what is the impact of new mobility measures on the cost, so what needs to be invested, but what are the revenues? And what are the impacts on externalities? And so externalities is quite a technical term to basically cover what is saves cost for society. So for instance, if you reduce the number of deaths on the road, you save cost for society because you have less hospital costs. Same with emissions of pollution with CO2. So we looked at all these components to actually get like a big picture of the situation. And what we see is that the benefits for European cities in 2030 are of about 200 billion euros, the net benefits. And if you look at 2050, these benefits are about 700 billion euros for the cities we looked at. So now, those are quite big numbers. So we kind of broken down these numbers to citizens. And basically this figure of 700 billion, it means a net benefits per citizen of 130 euro per year. So that's massive at EU level. And that's only the financial benefits. Then there are societal benefits. And the societal benefits we saw from our model are mainly related to reduction in CO2 emissions, the main factor, but also pollutant emissions. So I'm thinking nitrogen dioxide, particulate matters, all this kind of really toxic stuff that can be emitted from transport. The reduction of this, reduction of noise, also reduction of road death. So we see a 50% reduction in the number of urban fatalities through the implementation of these measures. So it's really important to actually look at the whole picture, the financial numbers, of course, tangible benefits, but also what society will benefit from.
We need to start moving, definitely, and it's all benefits. So how much more to achieve those benefits do you think we need to invest, or governments need to invest?
Well, that's the crucial question, and I think this is also one of the main takeaways from the study. So to unlock these benefits, basically we looked at what additional investments need to be taken up on for cities, in cities. We don't mean that cities need to, pull this money out of their coffer. We are saying that, it should be a mix between also public investment, private investment, and we looked at the baseline. So we looked at, okay, what are cities already investing? So that was the baseline of the study. And what we modeled was what needs to be invested on top. And the figure that we get at EU level for 2030 is about 80 billion. So basically the bottom line is now we have a little bit more than 8 years to find these 80 billions additionally that needs to be invested into sustainable urban mobility measures. Now, if we look at 2050, this figure is actually 150 billion. So those are the scope of investment that we think need to be additionally invested in urban mobilities. And as I said at the beginning, I mean, you won't meet the Green Deal objectives if you're not focusing on urban mobility and if you're not focusing on cities.
Yes, it's definitely a big challenge. Now, last question real quick. Do you think there's any city that's setting an example on how to achieve those goals?
I mean, it would be a bit hard to pick one city and the transition of specific cities in Europe, but definitely we looked at what are the best measures for different types of cities in Europe to actually get there. And in the short term, so looking at 2030, we see that pricing schemes, so congestion pricing, low emission zones, also parking fees, are very important measures to actually reduce our car dependency in the short term. That innovative services, demand-responsive transport, mobility as a service, application-friendly services are also very important, and that shared mobility also should be incentivized. So basically to nudge citizens to share more their car trips, to share their bikes, basically shared form of mobilities will get us there.
Wonderful. That was really interesting. Pleasure talking to you. Have a great day. Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having me.
Jamie, we're back to you.
It was very interesting indeed. Thank you, Paula, and thank you, Mr. Le Petit.
Stations are inherently part of urban networks. So far, they've been focusing on transport and accordingly designed to accommodate the needs of those who are traveling. But their potential, the latent potential as providers of services for larger communities like commuters, tourists, or simply citizens crossing neighborhoods is largely unexpressed. We would like to see them becoming advanced providers of services and also more pleasant public spaces.
Les 3000 gares françaises accueillent chaque jour 10 millions de visiteurs. À ce titre, nous avons nécessairement un rôle à jouer sur le plan du développement durable. Ce rôle, nous le jouons aussi bien sur le plan social que sociétal ou bien sûr environnemental. Nous allons voir dans la gare Saint-Lazare aujourd'hui quelques exemples concrets de ce que nous mettons en place ou de ce que nous allons continuer à mettre en place et développer et proposer ainsi aux citoyens et à nos visiteurs des services ou des facilités qui vont répondre à leurs attentes sur le plan du développement durable. Ici à Saint-Lazare, nous pouvons voir que nous avons installé une salle de sport. Nous avons installé aussi des espaces de coworking avec des partenaires évidemment. En gare Saint-Lazare, tous les mercredis à 18 h, nos visiteurs peuvent retirer les produits locaux qu'ils ont commandés. C'est la ruche qui dit oui. En fait, le principe, c'est que chaque personne peut commander sur un site internet les produits qui l'intéressent. Sur le plan social et sociétal, nous sommes aussi responsables de proposer des choses aux citoyens qui traversent nos gares. Et par exemple, ce que nous avons fait dans la gare Saint-Lazare, c'est la mise en place d'une borne emploi. Cette borne emploi, elle consiste à mettre à disposition des citoyens un accès à l'emploi de façon simplifiée et de façon plus rapide.
We are working on this idea of a 15-minute city, meaning that each citizen should ideally find the answer to their basic need in a range of a 15-minute walk around the city. This means redistribution of urban rights all around the city, and station can have a crucial role in this transformation. We, as Milan, are working on transforming the peripheral station of the city in more pleasant public spaces and provider of services, starting from all the neighborhoods in the city. Generally speaking, infrastructure have been creating wounds inside the urban fabric, often disconnecting places and parts of the city that were meant to merge, to reconnect. So the biggest challenge ahead of us is probably on the relational side. How to turn stations into public homes where anyone can spend their time usefully and pleasantly. So the challenge of urban quality in the experience of these spaces is very crucial to merge them inside the bigger metabolism of the city.
Io credo che dal momento in cui la stazione è uno spazio pubblico, o almeno tale dovrebbe essere considerato, bisognerebbe utilizzarla come un'infrastruttura al servizio del pubblico, quindi al servizio dei cittadini. Ciò significa sfruttare al meglio tutte le qualità intrinseche della stazione, quali aggregatore di mobilità, quindi sostenibili, aggregatore di servizi per i cittadini che favoriscano quindi le economie locali versus quelle globali, aggregatore di flussi, se pensiamo che nella stazione passano dei flussi di materiali, di beni, di energie, di persone, potenzialmente capace di promuovere l'economia circolare della città tramite ad esempio la produzione o trasformazione ed erogazione di energia per la mobilità e i servizi urbani, la facilitazione di flussi della logistica urbana anche e la conseguente gestione dei rifiuti creati da tali attività. Questo inoltre potrebbe creare nuove opportunità di business sostenibili, favorendo quindi l'economia circolare della città. Questo nuovo concetto di stazione l'ho chiamato appunto infrastruttura circolare.
think of the transportation of the future, science fiction images come to our mind, yet these crazy ideas might not be so far from the true reality lying in wait. To discuss such groundbreaking and exciting ideas taking hold in the mobility industry, we have the incredibly knowledgeable Ms. Christelle Al-Haddad. Ms. Al-Haddad is a research associate PhD candidate and lead of the research group Human Factors and the chair of Transportation Systems Engineering at the Technical University of Munich. She's now in the speaker's room with Natalie. Let's talk with them. Hello again, Natalie. Ms. Al-Haddad, I'm intrigued with what you have to say.
Hello again, and welcome.
Hi, hello.
It's really exciting to have you here. We'll be talking about a lot of interesting issues around mobility. And first of all, we wanted to talk about one of the rising trends in urban mobility, really, and it's the one of shared transportation systems. So shared cars, shared scooters, and how can cities actually accommodate these new initiatives within their current transportation infrastructure? And what are some of the challenges in doing that?
First of all, thank you very much, Natalie. Thanks for having me here. I'm very happy to share a bit of my experience. So that's a very interesting question, the one that you've asked. And so we have been noticing there is a sort of shift in like sort of the industry to a more shared one, not only transportation, but also transportation. And then we can see examples of bike sharing schemes, car sharing, scooter sharing, and they all have different purposes. And indeed, it's really important for the city to sort of plan together with these different schemes, because we see some cities where from one day to the other we have like bunch of bikes thrown in the city or bunch of scooters, and they don't know what to do with them. And yeah, I guess cities are trying to accommodate for this change, and they're trying to bring in many regulations for parking, for use. I think we can still do much more on this end, but I think that's where we need to head to, a bit of better planning, the city together with these different stakeholders. So it's really about planning and regulations.
Great. And air mobility is also something that hasn't really been fully implemented within cities yet. And to a lot of people, as Jamie mentioned in the intro, it's kind of just the sci-fi reality that hasn't happened yet. But you were seeing some promising pilot programs. So what's really going on with air mobility, and what's the next frontier?
Thank you. Yeah, so about urban air mobility or air mobility, so there are two parts here. There's like the urban part and there's the air mobility. And I think the point is now we're hearing a lot of like sort of buzz going around that, because so that's not really something so far away or science fiction. We have advances in technology. We have new battery technologies. We have things that allow this to happen. But and there are pilot programs, but I think what is important to keep in mind now is a bit like it really depends on where this is implemented, on the use cases, and I think what's sort of keeping us behind, or not really keeping us behind, but what is next is to really focus on where do we want to head to? What are the use cases? Do we want it to be for passenger transportation within the city? Does it even make sense? Do we want to do we want it to be for like shuttle services between airport and the city? Or maybe there are interesting use cases where this urban air mobility can sort of underserve and complement what already exists. So it's not like the goal is to try to erase whatever exists. It's kind of like, okay, what is the opportunity of this new thing? And I think this is where we sort of should head to. Yeah, so I see a lot of exciting things happening. Maybe something that works in Singapore or Dubai does not work in Europe. So it really like depends on the place, on the use case. So that's where we are. But the technology is definitely there. That's what I think, at least.
Great. Yeah, no, that's really interesting. And I know there's also been a lot of talk about kind of the rise of autonomous cars lately, yet it hasn't been implemented at a large scale yet. But when we look at this technology and how it's rolled out, what's really needed to give this innovation a final push?
Mm-hmm. So that's also another exciting topic. I think, as you mentioned, like the technology is sort of there, or like we have the technology to do that. The problem, or rather the challenges, are how do we transition into that? And the same for UAM, like do we want to transition into that? When do we want to transition into that? Are we ready to transition into that? And these are kind of exciting questions, and And yeah, it also really depends on where they're implemented. And I think the most challenging part really is, okay, the technology is obviously challenging, but I trust the technology people to do their job right. But like, what is really the most challenging is how do we implement that? How do we regulate that? There are a bunch of talks about liability, who is liable, which if an accident happened, blah, blah, this kind of stuff. How do we transition? Because it's not like tomorrow we will suddenly have all autonomous, so we will have like autonomous, or rather the rather correct term is like fully automated vehicles with different levels, and we will still have rather more conventional, and how these two types will interact with each other. So how is this transition happening? And it's a very exciting topic, but I think it's also, again, more on the regulation end, and yeah, so.
That's really interesting. Well, thank you so much for sharing all those great examples, really interesting use cases, and we'll be sure to keep an eye on this sci-fi part of mobility to see what happens in the next few years. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Jamie, I hope you learned a lot as well, and with that, we'll go back to you in the studio.
It was fascinating listening to you, Ms. Al-Haddad. Thank you very much for talking with us, and thank you too, Natalie. Well, let's see now what's going on in two of the most important European capitals. The Smart Prague concept is based on the long-term priorities of the city, particularly those defined by the strategic plans such as mobility of the future, smart buildings and energies, waste-free city, attractive tourism, people and the city environment, and big data. Mr. Peter Suška focuses on strategic development, urban economy and project rollout both in the Czech Republic and abroad. Another European capital, Madrid, supports the C40's Green and Healthy Street Declaration. That means the city is undertaking various initiatives, including making at least 1/3 of public buses electric by 2027, pledging to be a low-emission zone by 2023, or implementing subsidies to help citizens invest in less pollutant modes of transport. Ms. Lola Ortiz is the General Director of Planning and Mobility Infrastructures at the Madrid City Council and is responsible for their shared mobility plans. Mr. Suška, Ms. Lola Ortiz, welcome to Smart City Expo World Congress.
Thank you.
I'm looking forward to hearing from you. So let's start with you, Mr. Suška. Could you please tell us what Prague's most impressive project regarding sustainable mobility is, and what resistance have you had to overcome?
Impressive is a very lofty word. I guess there's a couple of projects I'd like to mention. I mean, Prague is famous for having a very well operational public transit system. And we do have cities from all over the world coming over to us and trying to understand this different success factor that enable us to operate such a system. A part of it is because we are trying to make it as achievable as possible, and that means not too expensive. And we are trying to, of course, penetrate the entire city by being able to bring people across the city using different modes. I think the latest new interesting project is our intermodal mobility transit planner, where you're able to actually pick what type of a mobility solution you'd like to use to get from A to B, and we're of course finding the most sustainable routes, the fastest routes, the most scenic routes, as you do in Prague. So I'd say those are that would be one of the projects I'd probably pick as the most impressive. But resistance, interesting. It's always really difficult, and I think we're going to hear about the Madrid experience. How you get the different agencies aligned, and how do you make sure that you provide one service, how you can pay for different types of mobility solutions using one card. And so I think that's been something that we've really are proud of, and that we've been supporting is having one system that helps us access different types of mobility solutions.
That's really absolutely promising. And I don't know if Madrid is facing similar issues. Lola Ortiz, what's the city's assessment of the Madrid Distrito Centro policy to close roads to cars, and what recommendations do you have for other cities considering closing parts of cities to polluting vehicles?
Yes, of course, Madrid is facing similar issues that Prague and other European cities in terms of air quality and congestion problems. With the closing Madrid Centro, the most pollutant cars, and with the pandemic, we have observed a reduction in terms of emission, very important. That's why in our new ordinance that yesterday I presented in the Congress that we approved last September, we have introduced bigger low emission zones. For example, in 2022, the next year, all the pollutant cars are going to be forbidden to enter in the city, in the inner ring, and then in 2025. All the pollutant cars are going to be forbidden in all the city and for all the residents in Madrid. In my opinion, to implement these measures, the government has to help citizens with subsidies to let them to buy a less pollutant vehicle, because if not, it's very difficult that people can let to buy a new this car. We have opened different lines of subsidies to help citizens to change their vehicles, not only for private cars, but also for urban freight vehicles. And also, I think that another important point is that the government has to offer a better public transport. I think it's very, very important, yes.
Sushka, let's go back to Prague for 1 minute. And how can technology help the management of spaces of mass influx, the city centers of tourist neighborhoods?
Great question. I think for us, the biggest success factor is working with the right type of data. So what we've been doing is we've been working with open data, with proprietary data, and we've been running basically a couple of dashboards that help us manage crowds across the city. And we've redesigned this entire approach that's basically built on us understanding and interpreting data to help us drive the crowd to the right places. Now, what's interesting is we've been able, during the pandemic when we didn't have too many tourists, but lots of people congregating, we use that approach to make sure that we eliminate bottlenecks, that we eliminate large congregations where you can spread the virus. And so it's interesting how you can use the same technology to fight different types of challenges that you have. But we're going back to basically managing tourism in that way, understanding data, and showing that there are more things to see around the city than just the Charles Bridge. Yeah.
Sounds fascinating indeed. Madrid supports, Lola Ortiz, the C40 Network's Green and Healthy Street Declaration. But what does that mean for your citizens in concrete?
Yes, we think that we are recovering the public space for citizens. I think it's a very good measure and a very positive measure. But we have some problem with some residents in relation with parking lots because they lose these parking areas in the new pedestrian zones. So we have some difficulties to implement these new zero emission zones. But we think that little by little, they're going to see the positive face to this measure. Less noise, less pollution, no cars, and pacify the street. So we hope that in the future, everybody will be very happy with this measure.
I really hope that really happens. Let's talk about a little bit more of the smart city plans for both cities, for Madrid and for Prague. You can start, Lola Ortiz, whenever you want.
In relation with the smart city?
The smart city strategy for Madrid.
Yes, we are working with the technology. We think that technology can help, for example, for the public transport with the mobility as a service. We have now introduced a new application, Madrid Mobility 360, where you can find not only the public transport, but also the occupancy and also another private enterprises for car sharing, motor sharing, scooters, and you can define your trip and you can choose different kind of modes. Also, we are working with a smart load and unload for urban freight because we think that it's very important that the people who are going to make the urban freight can book the slot in the street and also to use the micro hub for urban freights. And yes, I think that we have to take advantage of the technology because the technology can help us to improve the quality of the mobility in all the city.
Is it a similar strategy in Prague?
I mean, I think maybe one thing to add for our part is we've introduced more this topic of sustainability and climate and focus on making sure that we reduce our CO2 footprint, and we've been taking drastic action there. I think it's just we have to play our role here as a city that can really make a dent in reducing the global carbon footprint. So that's been something that we've used the smart city strategy to do. Yeah.
I have one last question. What can cities learn from a congress like this?
I mean, I have to say, it's extremely important for us to make sure that we operate not in a closed bubble, but in a collaborative environment. And it's interesting also to see how similar challenges there are across, and doesn't matter if it's in the European context or even in further out in the US, for example. We all are facing similar challenges, and it'd be good to understand how we can perhaps tackle them in a collaboration, because if we find that something works somewhere else, it doesn't make sense to reinvent it again. It just makes sense to see if we can take it and use it and share that knowledge and share the things where we failed, for example, in a way that help us really move forward together.
I saw Lola Ortiz absolutely agreeing with you, I believe.
Yes, totally agree. I think it's a very focal point to collaborate, to share the experiences and the challenges that all the city have in common.
Thank you very much for being here. It was a real pleasure to understand what's going on in Prague and in Madrid. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
We have seen the rise of new innovative ways to travel within cities, the biggest of which are ride-hailing apps. This has caused tension throughout the world of the taxi industry. To investigate this changing landscape, we have none other than Mr. Can Yıldız with us today. He is the Senior Director of Membership, Marketing and Services at UITP, a worldwide network of public transportation options, and he is right next to Natalie, ready to speak with her.
Yes, hi Jamie, indeed. I'm really excited to have Mr. Yıldız with us here today, and also to mention that you've written 2 books on this topic as well, Taxis in the Era of Digitalization and also Taxis in the Era of Coronavirus. So we'll have plenty of interesting things to dive into. And first of all, I wanted to mention kind of the conflict that all of us have seen in the news between ride-hailing firms and city taxi organizations. But you've advocated for cooperation between these two sides, so to speak. And how would this type of collaboration actually help improve car service industries and services?
Indeed, Natalie. It's what we believe is that it's very good that if the traditional taxis and ride-hailing companies are cooperating, because they have a role that they can be playing for the sake of sustainable urban mobility in our cities. When we look for the traditional taxis, they are having ready vehicles, vehicle assets, and as well they are having the drivers that are knowing the cities very well. And on the other side, the ride-hailing companies, they are very good in terms of technology, in terms of the marketing, in terms of the customer experience management. So why not they can cooperate with each other instead of competing?
No, that's great. And jumping to another topic, but really, in many cities, in order to order a car to go home at night, that's actually a matter of safety for many people. So how can we also ensure to expand car hiring services to meet the needs of all citizens and ensure that it's really inclusive and affordable for all?
I think that starts with establishing the right demand and supply model. We need to make sure that the supply of the services are meeting the demand that is happening at any time of the day or anywhere in the city. That's one important point. And also we need to make sure about the right dispatching system to be able to adjust the supply according to the changing demand. And of course, the technology that's establishing the link between driver and as well the users are very crucial on this. And we need to make sure about this why. If we don't provide proper ride-hailing or taxi services during the time when the public transport is not available, these people might be going for using their private cars. So from this perspective, it's very important to make sure that such kind of shared mobility services are available when the traditional public transport services are not available.
Of course, and during the COVID pandemic, we've also seen people looking for other alternatives to public transportation. Bikes and scooters have, been really popular. And how can transport service sectors how can reintroduce themselves under these, circumstances and in this post-pandemic era?
Let me tell you one thing first. the taxi or ride-hailing companies, they should not think such kind of shared mobility modes as competition to themselves. As UITP, we have done a lot of research in that area, and what this research says is that when we have the increased mode of share of public transport or other shared mobility modes like bicycle sharing, walking, and so on, there is no impact, negative impact on the number of ridership for the taxis. So from that perspective, the main target audience for the taxis should be the private car users. So if we increase the public transport or this kind of modes, that will be in the alliance of the taxis, that this can also increase the market share of the taxis. And if you look what needs to be done by the taxis and ride-hailing for the future, this is very important, and I was addressing this in my recent book on that area. And I identified three main trends. One is that increasing the governance and better cooperation. That's one area. And second is how to deploy more the digitalization and the technology in our services, with putting more focus on the customer expectations. And last but not least is putting also attention to the design of the vehicles, design of the cities, and so on. These are the key pillars that they need to be considering.
Great, yeah, and that was actually really my next question, but digitalization is really impacting all aspects of urban life. And could you talk a bit more about how this digital revolution, how it's going to impact taxi and car sharing services, really?
Actually, it's not a new. It's almost like more than 10 years. We are seeing the huge impact of digitalization in the industry, especially after the introduction of the smartphones to the world. We have seen, together with the using of the shared economy business model in this industry, we have seen the significant change. I have written a book in 2018. The name was Taxis in the Era of Digitalization. We were looking for the exact impact of the ride-hailing introduction to the taxi industry. Now, when we look after the pandemic also, we still see that the digitalization will be the key driver behind the change in the taxi and ride-hailing industry. From which angles we are seeing this change? One is, of course, during the pandemic, we saw this a lot, increased usage of the artificial intelligence. For example, many different operators around the world, they started to use artificial intelligence to monitor whether the driver and or the passenger are wearing their mask or not, or for different purposes. We see the increased usage of the contactless payment or the data sharing. The ticketing perspectives we have seen in autonomous mobility, it's really increasing. That's a very important area. And not only for the operators and for the points that's touching to the customers, we will be seeing the higher usage of the digitalization by the authorities as well, to monitor the performance of the taxi operation as well. And maybe last point we can touch is that electrification of the taxis from the perspective of the digitalization, that we will see more and more, because now the authorities and governments are more cautious about the environmental performance of this mode of transportation as well.
Yeah, you mentioned, so speaking of electrification, when we see this move towards more greener alternatives for taxis and car sharing services, how is that going to affect those services? Are they going to become more expensive? What can we expect?
I think that's a very important point, because when we look today for the taxi and ride-hailing industry, the taxis are representing the 2% of the total vehicle fleet in the world. But they are responsible for 20% of the transport-related greenhouse gas emissions in the cities. So it's very high. Why this is happening like that? Because the taxi and ride-hailing is making more kilometers than other type of vehicles. For example, in Dubai, one taxi is making around 650 kilometers per day. So it's really a high amount. So from that perspective, we can be putting this kind of modes into the priority when we are having efforts for the greening of the fleets or zero emission level standards. So we see a lot of efforts from different cities and governments and countries in that area. Especially China is very successful. It's a very good case in front of us for the electrification of the taxi fleet in the country. But there are also other good cases coming from different parts of the world. But we should not be only putting, let's say, the efforts on the electrification, because there are also other ways to do this. Maybe with increasing the efficiency of the taxi and ride-hailing operation for avoiding the empty car usage in the cities and so on. So the electrification is one angle, but we need to put also focus for the other sides as well.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for sharing those insights. And back to you, Jamie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yildigos, for your time, and thank you too, Natalie.
Making changes to urban mobility plans then are big tasks, and you need to make sure that you engage with all the right stakeholders and talk to the right people. Here in Brussels, they're doing just that. Here is Mobility Minister Elke van den Brandt to explain, in her own words, how Brussels is going about it.
So Good Move is actually a plan for 10 years to change Brussels. And the idea is that we make Brussels a nicer place to live in, with more place for pedestrians, for cyclists, for children to play, for people to live in, so that we are redistributing public space. We're going to do that by dividing Brussels in 50 areas, and each area will have its own circulation plan. So we're going to canalize traffic through the main axis and make sure that in the neighborhoods where people live, where children should play, there's fewer traffic, only people who need to be there, no transit traffic, and at a lower speed and with more place for pedestrians and cyclists. So we've started with the Good Move program, so it's a plan for 10 years, but we already started. So we selected the first 10 neighborhoods where we're going to work. So in each neighborhood we will make a circulation plan so that only the local traffic will be allowed and that the transit traffic will be canalized through the main axis. And in those neighborhoods we're going to redistribute the public space, make sure there's more place for pedestrians, for cyclists, for children to play. And so that work has started. I think a very important inspiration is Barcelona with the superblocks. They did the same thing, so canalizing traffic via the main axis and creating superblocks in which there's fewer cars and lesser traffic, and that's the same idea we're implementing in Brussels, of course. It's also inspired by cities with the Vision Zero and on road security, make sure that we have 0 deaths or people hurt in our traffic. So we inspired on several aspects, but of course we hope to inspire other cities as well once we've implemented it. I think the corona crisis showed even more than ever the necessity to redistribute public space. We had a moment, the first lockdown, where there was nearly no traffic and people were crossing each other too on very narrow sidewalks, and there were conflicts between joggers and pedestrians and cyclists because there was not enough space. So it was more than ever clear that we need to redistribute public space, create places for people to go out, little parks, making sure that there are neighborhoods where children can play outside, where people can go for a walk. Because most people in Brussels and in most cities, they don't have a garden, they don't have a terrace, so coming out is going out in public space. So recreating public space is really important. I think Corona showed us more than ever the importance of a nice neighborhood, having everything within 10 minutes, walking at the city at 10 minutes. So we really want to urge the plans we had to make them concrete. If you want to change a city, you have to do it with the inhabitants of the city, with the commerciants, with the people who are visiting us. And there's a lot of energy in Brussels to do so. During the summertime, we had this a call for project, and we said to people that if you want to recreate a certain part of your neighborhood, a roundabout or a street, you can have a little financial support to do so. And we had a lot of reactions, and at 50 locations in Brussels, people started this pop-up park or a little play area in order to rethink their own neighborhood. And that showed that the people are willing to collaborate, are willing to rethink their neighborhood. They have a lot of energy, a lot of imagination, and if we do it together with them, we can really make this city a city for people to live in and to enjoy. Of course, I see the potential that Brussels has. I know that Brussels can be a city where it's nice to come as a tourist, where it's nice to come to work, where it's nice to live in, and I see all this potential, but we really need to change a lot. There's a lot of traffic jams in Brussels, a lot of space provided for parking spaces and car lanes, and so we really need to make different choices. And of course, I always want to go fast, because you know this potential there is, but we need to go step by step. We need to make sure that the inhabitants of Brussels are part of this process, that we can do so. But now we have a plan. It's a plan on 10 years, but it's not within 10 years we start. We're starting now, neighborhood by neighborhood. And we know that once we tackle 1 or 2 neighborhoods, it will inspire the other neighborhoods. So once we get started, we know it will have a positive impact for the rest of Brussels.
The car culture that sprouted in the United States in the 1950s and spread across the world subsequently, seems to be coming to an end. Not everyone can afford new models, and mobility keeps drastically changing, offering many new options. To best adapt cars to this new culture, the idea of car sharing has become popular. One of the pioneers of this concept is our next speaker, Mas Alarcón. He's the founder and CEO of Social Car, Spain's first car sharing platform, and she's also a member of the board of Tomorrow.Mobility. Ms. Alarcón, welcome to Smart City.
Thank you.
So let's talk about car sharing, because it has revolutionized the way many people interact with automobile, but how can it let's say, be in collaboration with other sectors that could be seen as a competition, like taxis or other ride-hailing apps or public transportation? So can they live together?
I understand car sharing more than a collaboration, than a competition.
Okay.
In terms of that cities need, or citizens need, multimodal mobility and many options to move around. So public transport doesn't arrive anywhere, or with a taxi also you cannot go to long distances. So what is happening now in cities is that we can have different options depending the distance you are going through, or the needs you have, or if you are going alone or not. So car sharing is another option and must to be integrated in the city as an option to move around. In this case, we are, Social Car is the only car sharing company that is now inside Uber's app, and because we have this vision of multimodal platforms where you can have different options and also delivery, so you have different options of mobility. And this is the vision, and I think all operators, we share that.
So when we talk about sharing cars in the current context, we understand it can be, I don't know, somebody could be afraid of getting inside a car, sharing a space with people you don't live with. What is your message to all these people? Because we still live in COVID-19 times.
Yeah, sure. Well, in our case, the fleet is not our fleet. So the fleet is owned by other people or companies who decided to share their cars. And during the COVID, we made some recommendations for picking up and giving the car and wearing a mask and cleaning all the car inside, and because of their interest on renting those cars, they do that. So, and also we made an action during the pandemic, during the lockdown, that was called Social Medics, where people, our car owners, decided to borrow the cars for free to the people working at the hospitals. So, and at that moment it was more dangerous. The risk of the risk to be contagious was worse. So what we did was only one person were using that car, so they were not sharing. So we select someone who need that car, and then this person was using that car during months. And at the end, we made that action with Uber as well. So Uber, what they did were cleaning all the cars with ozone and giving back the cars to the car owners. So it was really safety. But for their own interest, they follow the instructions and they clean the car. So the car now is offering, in my opinion, the safest option for traveling, because it's locked space and there. So if it's clean, there's no risk.
So it's a safe space indeed.
Exactly.
Let's talk about other methods of transportation, for example, public transportation.
Yeah,
because cities are encouraging citizens to use public transportation. How is the car sharing idea helping with this goal?
Well, as I said at the beginning, the car sharing it's complementary. So in cities, public transportation there's places where you cannot arrive with public transportation. So. And in our case, cars are used to move outside the cities. Our users are people who already decided not to own a car in a city. So they are public transportation users, they are motor sharing users, and when they need to go away from the city, they need to go 20 kilometers away, they use this kind of car sharing. They use social car sharing. And but as, again, it's people who already decided not owning a car, so it's one car less in the city. So, and this is our aim to.
It's complementary.
Exactly, to change behaviors, and for this reason we have this vision of multimodality, because they are we are as citizens users of everything, depending on our needs. So.
Of course, and we are seeing promising new advances in the mobility sector, such as sustainability or improved efficiency. So you are a board member of Tomorrow.Mobility. What innovations are you most excited about?
Well, what I like the most, and what I would like to see on the streets, not so long, not so far away, is public transport on demand. That will be really a good thing to avoid traffic and emissions and everything, and also the autonomous car. So technologically, it's something that is possible, of course, but we have there's many challenges as infrastructures, regulation. So I think that we have to go in that direction. Also electric cars and those free emissions technologies, but this is how I would like to see the future.
Car sharing has been successfully implemented in cities, in urban areas. What happens with rural areas? What happens with them? Are there any expansion plans?
Yeah, well, as I said at the beginning, in our case, we cover big and also small cities, because as we are not the fleet owners, so people could be encouraged to share their own car anywhere. So if there's offer and there's demand on that place, it works. So we don't have the charge of owning those cars, putting the infrastructure there. So the cars we provide technology to open those cars. So it's quite easy to share to implement a car sharing anywhere. But I think just to help a little bit that this works and happens, I think that public administration needs to encourage those solutions in areas that are not very populated and
isolated.
Exactly, those isolated.
Last question. There are sadly very few women in the startup industry, in the technological industry. So what would you like to see cities change in that sense, bringing more female leaderships into making these decisions in these sectors?
Well, I have to say that I started on this entrepreneurs world 10 years ago, and digital entrepreneurs world, and I have to say that now there's much more women.
It has changed.
Yeah, it has changed a lot, and maybe not in the mobility industry. Maybe it's not as sexiest as others, but I've seen many entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs on health, for example, launching digital health solutions, very successful. And I think that there are women, but we don't like visibility at all. So they need to be responsible, to be visible, to be an example for others. And cities and governments are doing lots of. In fact, I think it's today the government is preparing an act, because tomorrow is 19 November is the Female Entrepreneur Day.
Okay, yeah.
So now is something that we celebrate and we make it visible. So administrations and governments are trying to empower those women and make them visible.
Thank you for a compelling conversation, Ms. Alarcón, and for being here today.
Welcome.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
We have reached the end of the first half of today's programming, but before we take a break, let's check what everybody's talking about on social media. Let's see some tweets today, for example, from Cynthia Curry. Transformation is something we must all do together. Inclusive multilateralism requires that we change and diversify the stakeholders at the decision-making table and make room for alternative thought for change to happen. Very true. Another tweet from Anna Forastier. We are going to make a guide to each point in the city where 5G antennas may be installed. We want to go forward from reality, and we want to see what functionalities 5G will need. We want that too, Anna Forastier. I think we have another tweet. The key is fast and efficient coordination between the state, lower level administrations and private companies so that next generation really take the municipalities and serve for the real transformation of the territory. We have another one. We have another tweet. Time for another tweet? No time for other tweets. So remember to keep sharing your thoughts with the hashtag TMWC21. And for those watching at home, don't forget you can also use the chat on the Tomorrow City platform. This afternoon, there will be much more. Thank you for tuning in and see you later.
The future of global urban inhabitants will depend on how we tackle the greatest challenges of our lifetime. Climate change, population density, traffic congestion, affordable housing, education, health, inequality, and social justice. What happens in cities shapes our world. The current global context shows us that going solo is not an option anymore. The key to a brighter future lies in accelerating sustainable and inclusive cities all over the globe together. To do so, we need experts, citizens, and organizations playing together like an orchestra. They'll be envisioning and pushing forward plural, inclusive solutions, being intentional and open-handed, and responding with collaborative approaches to the complex problems cities face. Tomorrow City is a platform to accelerate sustainability, inclusivity, enable collaboration, and identify solutions to critical urban issues. Trusted by the world's biggest corporations, more than 700 cities worldwide, and a network of 70,000 global professionals, Tomorrow City uses the smart city ecosystem to fuel sustainable and inclusive urban projects.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Mobility Talks Sustainable City Logistic. I am Traian Urban, Director of Innovation Hub East, and I will guide you together with Jean-Paul through the already 12th episode in our series. I am talking to you today from Innovation Hub East, which has prepared this episode and which is based in Prague, Czech Republic. We are really delighted to be part of Tomorrow.Mobility World Congress, the flagship event of EIT Urban Mobility taking place to accelerate sustainable and intelligent urban mobility. Now, let me dive into the topic of sustainable city logistics. Urban logistics is going through a major shift. The complexity of forthcoming changes will have an impact on all value chain players involved in the process, as overall activities connecting with the deliveries are expected to become more sustainable with minimal carbon footprint. At the same time, there is a growing demand for an immediate and on-time deliveries right after purchase. So, how do we ensure an efficient but sustainable logistical service? I think the desired goal, it's in medium and long-term perspective, it's to set up a mechanism of mutually connected policies and procedures, flexible for adapting for each unique environment that would be beneficial for citizens, consumers, industrial players, and other stakeholders. It's important to understand these changes from different angles, and therefore in this episode of Mobility Talks, we would like to give space to various players and see their perspective on how they are planning to bring more sustainability in their individual approach. Let me hand over to Jean-Paul Judson, moderator of the Mobility Talks.
Thanks, Traian. And indeed, what a pleasure to be broadcasting this 12th episode of the Mobility Talks at the Tomorrow.Mobility World Congress. If you like this content, be sure to visit the EIT Urban Mobility website. Under News and Events, you'll be able to see all the episodes from the beginning. Today, we're talking about sustainable city logistics. And I'd like to start this journey with the click moment. That moment when you've scrolled down different menus and options, made your choice, placed your item in the basket, confirmed and paid. You have made yourself poorer, but hopefully that will be compensated for by the satisfaction of receiving what you have ordered. And yes, the order is confirmed. There goes the order number and a tracking code to follow the life of your package in real time as it transits from one place to another. Everything is seamless and does not require you leaving the comfort of your couch. Until the doorbell rings and the box is delivered. From the click moment to the doorbell moment, the physical internet came into play. What appears as a totally virtual shopping experience, in fact, has a profound material impact on the way our transport networks and urban spaces are used. And this transformation towards online shopping has only accelerated over the last 2 years, when real shops were forced to close. While plastic bags may have represented in their time the symbol of consumerism, that has very much been replaced by the cardboard box today. And when it comes to urban mobility, the symbols of this transformation are very much the double-parked delivery vans and the cycling couriers with their thermal food backpacks. The challenge for the logistics sector is to make the delivery of online purchases as seamless, quick, smooth and easy as the online purchase itself, optimizing processes, storage solutions, and transport networks on a global scale, all the way down to the last mile. The challenge for cities, on the other hand, is to ensure that the rise in urban freight does not result in more congestion, more pollution, more transport-related emissions, and more hardships on urban communities. Surely there is a common goal to reduce congestion so that deliveries and people can arrive on time wherever they go. But how to design sustainable cities that accommodate for this major shift in consumption patterns? What are the key innovations in the logistics sector, and how are cities approaching this challenge from an urban planning perspective? Well, let's hear it from our speakers today. And I am delighted to be joined by Przemysław Zawodny. He is Deputy Director, Chief Research Officer at the Łukasiewicz Research Network, the Institute of Logistics and Warehousing. He is joining us from Poznan in Poland. So Przemysław, welcome to the show.
Hello.
And by Joseph Petras. He is Project Manager at Go4, and in the daughter company SCEWC, and he is joining us from Bratislava in Slovakia. So Joseph, welcome to you, and thanks for joining us.
Hello, thank you for the invitation.
Thanks to both of you. So in the Mobility Talks, we have a tradition, and that is to introduce our speakers with an image. So I would like to show the first image, and this image really represents, the IT at the center of it all, the RFID that controls and manages all the flows, all the processes. So Przemysław, does this image effectively and accurately represent and characterize the logistics sector today?
Yes, it is. The RFID technology is really fast going to the logistics business. It's used to identification of parcels and bigger transportation units. And also right now our institute is running a research project, how to use this technology in Polish Post. So this technology is bringing to all of the chain logistics stages. So in the shops, in the moving of the goods, in the warehousing, and so on. Also, there are some troubles of policy, of safety policy, but I think RFID is the future. And maybe we are not saying goodbye to the barcodes, but I think RFID is more and more replacing the barcodes in the logistics. So
definitely the future, an IT future for logistics. And I would like then to show the other image. This is an image, more a historical perspective, let's say, where we see, in fact, a cargo bike from the 1920s, I believe. Joseph, this one is for you. What do you think happened? Why did the cargo bike somehow disappear, and why do you think suddenly it is reappearing?
Yeah, probably it was more cheaper, more convenient to sit in the car, raining or if it's snowing. But now the cargo bikes are getting back, especially in towns when the traffic is a problem. And the big good news is that they can save a lot of emission. They can save emission pollution like noise and stuff like that. So the future is open for cargo bikes, but what we need is also innovative technologies, as it was shown on the previous picture, because the logistic needs to be smart, so it will be also more effective. And also we need to calculate with such a solution in urban logistic when the towns and new streets outplanned and buildings, we need to consider all this into the final solution. So it will become as seamless as possible.
Yeah, we sometimes see these new things appearing on our street without realizing that actually they were there. It's just somehow in between we started using other types of vehicles.
Yes, to give a perspective for those who don't have who didn't experience such a cargo bike, the regular cargo bikes with two wheels, one in the front and one in the back, can carry up to almost 200 kilos, usually 180. And the tricycle cargo bikes, they can handle 250 kilos of the load. So yeah, they can take care of a lot of deliveries.
Okay, and I'd like to stay a little bit on this topic around the vehicles, because when we talk about sustainable city logistics, I'd like to imagine, if I was a mayor or if you were a mayor, maybe this one to Przemysław first, how would you imagine a sustainable fleet for your city in terms of logistics? Looking at the different vehicles that exist, do you think there is a mix that is eminently sustainable in terms of the share of vehicles versus motorized vehicles versus non-motorized vehicles, for instance? I'd like to get a general overview of that.
Yes, so looking on the present situation, most of the vehicles, especially in the Polish cities, they are using some petrol to move it. There are lack of electricity vehicles, so I think I want to have more electricity and zero emission vehicles in the city. And also there's such system that we have differentiated the vehicles. The vehicles, they are moving the people, and vehicles, they are moving the goods. And I think that we could bring idea that we have the vehicles, they are moving the goods and people also. So why don't use the, for example, existing systems to move also the goods? We have such situation in different cities in Europe. They are using trams, for example, to remove trash from the city. So maybe there is also idea to use it to other ways, to move the parcel inside the city. And also the increasing demand of the cargo bikes and also the active mobility is what if I will be a mayor, is what I have in my city. So also the cargo bikes are using a special roads because they are designed to use these special bike roads. So the traffic is decreasing, not increasing. So one thing still I don't have in my mind how to make this good percentage of the cargo bikes, electric mobility and public transport to decrease the traffic jams and increase the delivery, also the speed of the delivery, because this is demand of the people. But I think we should consider to use more zero emission traffic in the city and use existing routes, existing cars, existing trams in a different way. We should look on this from the different point of perspective. This is my point of view.
I like the idea of optimizing passenger transport to incorporate some logistics and some delivery. Joseph, if you were the mayor of a city, would you have a view on a sustainable fleet? Przemysław talked about electrification. What would be your perspective?
Yeah, I would agree. Electrification is the way. But to follow up on your last example, we are working already on the project in Bratislava, where we are planning to use public transportation in means of the moving depot. To give you an example, now we do have a depot transportation hub near to the city center, near to the pedestrian zone. So the packages we do deliver they do travel by electric van or the regular van into this depot. And over there, according to the time of the delivery or size of the package, the last mile delivery is done by the cargo bikes. I forgot to mention that also most of the cargo bikes is using electric motors. So you don't have to be like Arnold Schwarzenegger or Peter Sagan in order to drive one. With the help of the electric motor is something everybody can do actually. And yes, getting back to the idea to include something like this as a part of public transport. In the case I was trying to explain, we do have a depot close to the city center, close to the pedestrian zone, and we are already communicating with the Bratislava about the solution when some part of the public transport will become a moving depot. So, for example, the part of the town which is not close to the center or not close to the regular depot will be solved by this moving one. And this moving depot will become part of the tram or other mean of the public transport. So I would agree that as a mayor, the solution is to become electrical and become intermodal. So it means we need to take in consideration all the ways how we can move from the walking through bicycle, cargo bike, public transportation, and also by electric vehicles.
Interesting, and I would like to just challenge you a little bit more, because the two of you have not mentioned, for instance, elements around autonomous vehicles, robot-style delivery machines, and then you also have potentially the urban air mobility. We had an episode of the Mobility Talks previously where we discussed partly, the role of drones maybe in logistics in the airfield. Do you see that as a realistic alternative to some of the existing models on the ground, let's say? Przemysław.
I think autonomous is possible, yes. We can use this in this environment, but we must test how they are communicating with environmental things. So this we can bring, but this doesn't solve our present troubles. So I think this is not solution for all things. The drones, okay, but if you take the number of the parcels we are already delivering every day, if you imagine that every parcel is moving by drone, so the army of drones above our heads are traveling, so I think now it's risky and tricky to do it. So I think it's not the solution. So maybe autonomous, okay, the drones, in maybe some special solution, fast delivery, maybe some medicines to the hospitals, so on, but not for common use.
Joseph, do you have a view on that, autonomous vehicles and the air vehicles?
Sure, actually it's not like a movie about some future. It's happening now. Partially autonomous is part of the planning for the logistic already. So without smart technologies, which are using autonomous planning for routing and stuff like that, we will be lost already. But there are also pilots in all across the globe where autonomous vehicles are already browsing the streets and they are collecting data, and these pilots are used for policymakers for future planning, how to make it more efficient from the economical point of view, but also from the ecological point of view. So yes, and I would agree also that we need to more focus on present time, and now we need to, actually try to use what we have already in our hands. So yes, the autonomous deliveries are maybe part of the future. I'm sure they will not solve all the deliveries. And drones, I would agree. By myself, I do have a pilot license, so I cannot imagine how crowded the sky in our city will become, and I think it will not be safe. And this kind of delivery can be very fast, very efficient, and I think it will be more focusing as a solution for emergency services. For medicine delivery is already used in some parts of Africa. So yes.
Something a more marginal alternative for very limited uses, let's say. And where do you see the industry then investing? Because we've talked about it more in terms of a policymaker trying to establish some sort of sustainable fleet, but where are the operators investing? What kind of vehicles and systems are they investing in to prepare the logistics of the future? Przemysław first.
For example, looking on the Polish market, I see that logistic operators are changing fleet to the electric vans, so there are some plans to do this. But also some of them, they are building the micro hubs with cargo bikes. So this is not even the big logistic companies, they are planning in the city center and deliver the parcels by the cargo bikes. And this is, I think, the most wanted solution right now. There's a trouble because of the good place to build the micro hub, but I think the companies really consider to use this solution in the normal practice. And this is, I think, the real state of present situation in Poland.
Okay. And in Slovakia, where do you see the investments going from the operators' side?
Yeah, it's very similar as it was described by Przemysl. For example, to find a good place for microhub in Bratislava, it took us almost 2 years. So it's not easy to find a good and sustainable location for such a solution. And but we can say this solution is workable and is also efficient, economically speaking. And what we would more expect is to input from policymakers, because for now many companies are still planning their future with petrol engines, and sometimes we think that is economical disadvantage for some solutions to reach for electric solutions. And we expect to find a fair way how to manage this economical part of this different point of view, electrical or petrol engines, because they do produce emissions. Because of the emissions, we do have a situation with weather. We do have the situation with more emergency, and this costs some more money. So we believe it's fair to focus also on this. And in the future, we are asking why it wouldn't be fair to also use approach which is already real for electrical appliances, where the appliance has to be marked the efficiency with A, B, or C. Same become real with the buildings. When you want to now build a new building, it has to be energetically efficient, and it has to be marked with A, B, or C again. So we don't see why not to take this approach also for into the logistic for vehicles. So yes, actually yes. For now, when you take the bus or taxi, or when you see the van of your courier guy, you don't know how much emission he does produce. So if you as a customer wants to decide which delivery company to pick because of the emission production, it's really hard to find such information. So that this can be part of the solutions.
And the two of you mentioned the idea of the micro hubs, which revolutionizes to some extent the way logistics operate, from the big warehouse spreading deliveries across the city to more micro hubs that are closer to the point of delivery. Do you think that in terms of urban planning, one should move towards this concept of micro hubs, or is it more a question of better adapting the public urban space and the public transport networks to the fact that there is just so much more delivery going on? So really to avoid the image that I mentioned, the double parked delivery van, because one of the characteristics of delivery is that it's very much stop and start. So how do you deal with that in a city flow without creating additional congestion and traffic? Przemysław.
So I think that building the micro hubs is the best way to do it, but looking for the place, like Joseph said, is tricky. So for example, in our institute, we're trying to build from the ship container a micro hub, totally zero emissions, so with photovoltaics, and you can place it even in a parking place. And right now, one of these ship container using as a independent warehousing is standing in front of our institute, and we are trying to spread this idea. And so you can build a micro hub for parcel business even like that, just making this and putting this container in the place we want. This is one solution. Second solution is this idea, as I said on the first thing, to not generate more congestion, we must use the transport already exists. And the movement, we already have it. And using the sharing economy. So if somebody is moving, we can use it as well as possible. So on the beginning of the day, we see more people traveling to the work, but in the middle of the day, the travel of the citizens is less. So there's less traffic to traffics. The buses, the trams are mostly transported of the air, not the people. So maybe the idea is to change, for example, existing trams to trams with some parcels and so on and so on. This is a crazy idea, but I think we must consider in this time. And also the buses, we can check if there is a possibility. And also the sharing economy. If we have different companies moving the parcels to the city center, we have, for example, 5 companies, 5 funds. So maybe the solution is to build one operator who is moving parcels into the city. So we micro hub in the city center and also the middle hub in front of the city that will collect the parcels from different companies and move them into the cities. This is different ideas, and we are thinking about that in the life. But at the end, we must find somebody who will place it to build the proof of concept in the life. So this we are looking for.
Food for thought also for EIT Urban Mobility, to develop some of this kind of network. But I understand the last mile delivery connected to a micro hub, and there I well imagine the role of cargo bikes and bicycles more generally. But still, you need to deliver to that micro hub, and you have a middle hub maybe and a bigger hub. So are the micro hubs also reshaping the way that the logistics sector is carrying goods from one hub to the other in that sense? Joseph.
Yes, I'm glad to say that we are living proof that this approach can be real, because as I said, we do have a micro hub in the city center, and this micro hub and last mile delivery is used for the different companies. So our company is not like carrying packages only for us. We are cooperating with DPD and other big players in this area. So it's already happening that our micro hub is shared with others, and the last mile delivery is done by cargo bikes. Some of our cargo bikes are marked with these big names because we renting them these bikes, but we are supporting and providing everything needed for it, from the bike, from the guy who is driving the bike, and the whole system. So this is doable, and it's happening right now. And actually, and if we are focusing on the pedestrian zones, especially, the big courier vans, they're in many times counting on exceptions, and these exceptions to ride into the pedestrian zone, for example, in Bratislava, are only for the certain time in the early morning. So this makes deliveries more complicated. And when we use the micro hub, there are no cars in the pedestrian zone, and there is no problem how to time these deliveries. So they will be convenient for customers, because cargo bikes, they are allowed to move safely in the pedestrian zone the whole day long.
And I'd like to come back a little bit on the idea of optimizing passenger transport, which to me sounds also like optimizing in general the urban space. And I wonder, do you think that this is a question of policy and partnership, or do you think it's rather a question of a data platform that allows a kind of a shared understanding of when would be the best times to go about doing more delivery, or to optimize certain routes maybe because you have a better reactive capacity to certain congested areas? Do you think it's a data problem, or do you think it's a policy and planning problem? Przemysław.
I think it's both. This is because could you imagine the big city, 500,000? This is Poznan, and when you're traveling by tram and you are close to the train station, you don't know from which platform which train is starting, because there's no information and there's no IT connection, for example, to check it on your mobile. And I think many of cities don't have this. So this is what we have. The data transfer from different companies and different source of transport, they are not connected. And so you don't have this information. So this is trouble right now, that the data connection. And second is a policy, city policy. As in Poland, we can see that we are the locker land. So, for example, we have a lot of lockers, but each company has own locker. And so to each locker is traveling a special van, and so it generates a special movement. So maybe we should talk about the policy that, for example, in each city is one locker operator who is delivering the service to each logistics companies. And for example, maybe the city is this operator, maybe the city is finding the best place to put the lockers in the middle of the city. Maybe this is a solution, but I think that both of them should be considered. The information, the new technology, we should connect this technology and with new solution, and also the policy, find the right way could solve our troubles, could solve our problems.
And I could see Joseph was nodding as well as you were saying. It's both, you know. Do you confirm, Joseph? Would you like to add anything to that?
Absolutely, I do agree. It's up to the policymakers, speaking of public transportation, to push on the policies. So using the public transportation will be cheaper and faster as a 20-year-old car or 20-year-old taxi with a lot of emission produced during the move. And speaking of delivery of the goods, yes, it's it's about the public interest, and we need to ask, is in the best public interest to have 5 different companies and 5 different locks, or it's more in public interest to build lockers, for example, by the city, and share them with these companies. And there are also solutions on the way. Actually, in Bratislava, we are part of the team where we are developing application, and it's a part of the Urbani project. And before it, we were also part of the team in SCEWC project. There we were able to implement data about public transportation in one of the taxi application based in Bratislava. So if you are planning your travel, you were able to find in one application actual information about taxi availability, about public transportation, about shared bicycles, and it was up to you to pick the most convenient route for you. But now in Urbani, we are trying to reach even further. So we are preparing a solution which will also calculate footprint, carbon print. For a regular citizen, this application will give you the data about public transportation, taxis, and shared bicycles, and it will provide you with calculation which road is with more option, and you can pick up to the price of the road, or timing, or carbon print. So, and this application should be in real life next year. So.
A lot of potential in this kind of technology to allow people to make better choices, and I imagine that will impact also the way logistics operators will be making.
Yes, it can become a good example. First, it will solve the transportation for public, maybe not solve, but make it more sustainable. Became a living proof for logistics of the goods in the future.
And you mentioned this idea that logistics, in a way, is also a public good, in the sense that it is in the public space and it's operating in the public space. But I wonder, Przemysław, do you feel that cities are equipped to make the kind of decisions that they need to make when it comes to improving the way logistics are running in their cities? I mean, I would have the idea that they would tend to focus mostly on passenger transport. That's where they would see their legitimate role, let's say, in terms of public policy. Do you share that assessment? And can you think of a few cities in Europe or elsewhere that have really made a strong policy in favor of improved logistics?
I think it's true that more mayors, more city municipals are thinking about moving on the people, and that the policy of the city is to make the life better to the citizens. This is like that. So, for example, we have buses that are traveling with 1 person, 3 person, because there's the need to make a bus station in this area, for example, because this is the policy of the city. And they are not thinking about the goods and the parcels and the freight transports. But some of the cities are starting to think about that. In Poland, for example, we have 2 projects. One is also founded from AIT. And we build the IoT managed freight places when the vans could go to inside the city and park there. For example, and in the application, you can reserve this place. It works and gives possibility to reserve the place to the van in the city center and stop there, switch off the engine, and then you are traveling with the goods, for example, to the shops. But, for example, from the education point of view, the people, the citizens, they are taking this place to park the car there. For example, imagine a situation that you are moved with the van to the city center and your place is taken by some car and somebody is to shopping right now. So the mayors are thinking, but still the most wanted is the moving of the people. They are trying to solve troubles with the traffic jams, but they don't think and don't see that most of these traffics right now is the vans moving the goods inside the city, because most of the people, especially after the COVID pandemic, work online. So the movement of people is decreased, but the movement of the goods is increased. So situation is the same, but we have more vans in the streets than cars, I think. And they are starting to think about that, but we must bring them more education, more knowledge. And they are starting to look for it. So I think it's the right time to educate them.
Okay, so they're a little bit more aware of this rising issue and that they need to deal with it, but it's still very much operator-led transformation at this stage, you would say. Joseph, do you share that assessment, or do you feel that there are in fact some cities that are really very responsible in relation to the way that the logistics are managed in their urban space?
Yeah, I do agree that we cannot look for the solution for the public transportation without a big picture, because the traffic jams are not caused by public transportation. They are part of it, but the traffic jams are caused also by other means of the transportation. And some municipalities are trying to build or mark the special lines for the public transportation and taxis, so make it quicker and less dependable on traffic jams. But again, to give some solution on the table, right now, if you want to take care of the garbage in the town, you cannot do it without certificate, permission, or without any special approval by the municipality or by the state. So maybe it's time to ask if such a certificate, permissions, or agreement so for courier which are moving goods. And this way, the municipalities will have a very good tool how to regulate also this movement and how to motivate this type of mobility to be done of the peak hours and stuff like that. So yes, we believe the local municipalities, they need to have some tools in hand which they can use in order to also make impact in the local policies for this type of mobility.
Yeah, that will be an interesting one in the future to see, you know, what kind of regulatory pressure will cities or public authorities impose on logistics operators, and at the same time, what kind of pressure these same operators will be feeling from the market. Because again, to take back the image in the introduction, the person clicking on his website, he has an expectation of delivery. And I would like to also get your reaction on this idea that it seems that there is more and more an aggressive marketing that you will be delivered, you know, under 10 minutes, under 5 minutes. It'll almost be quasi-immediate, let's say, in the future. So how do you deal with these two pressures? You know, on the one hand, the pressure from the market, time to delivery being so important, and at the same time, a probability that the regulatory pressure will increase as well. Przemysław.
Yes, it is. The same day delivery is increasing, and there's delivered by different ways. So we can observe that we have dark stores inside the cities, and deliveries even in 15 minutes. There's some talks that there is possible to 15 minutes. So, but also the people are well educated right now. They have knowledge that they have climate changes in their own place they're living. So the expectation that this is also zero emission is there. So I think both of these ideas will be mixed together. But the fast delivery is the normal expectation, and 1 day delivery is, I think, is a standard. 2 days delivery is a common life. The same delivery is increasing, and especially in the e-grocery business. So if you want to buy some food, you want to have this right now, this day. So for example, I finish the work, and then go to home, and I get the delivery with the food. And the market is trying to give this solution to the citizens, and we must force the market, educate the market that must be zero emission, because fast is possible, they have solution, but we must remember zero emission.
And the zero emission, if I could just pick your brains a little further, is it about time to delivery, or is it about optimizing the way people travel anyway? Because you talked a lot about optimizing public transport, which I think is interesting, but another area that could be explored is how do you optimize your normal route? Because maybe on your route you could collect a certain number of, you know, packages that you bring home with you. So instead of adding traffic, you actually also just reduce traffic in that way. What would be the balance, you think, Przemysław? If I can just pick your brains a little further.
For example, the solution of the lockers is really a good idea, and it's convincing people. So more and more parcels get collected from the lockers, and when there is a good location of the locker, people are changing normal life, that they're traveling, for example, to work, then when they're traveling back, they stand in front of the locker, pick up all the parcels, and go to home. And I think that we can convince people. In Polish market, we are locker land. This is not this is popular and common word about the Poland, but it's changed. So delivery to the home is decreasing, to the locker is increasing. So maybe if we design these locker stations in good places, and also this when you can reach them from the public transport, for example, you go by the train, switch train to the tram, and take some parcels from the lockers. Of course, the heavy parcels are tricky to take by hand from the lockers and move by the public transport. But I think some of great percentages we can switch to this way to take home, and solution exists. But I think it need to be more optimized, more user friendly. So I think there is a solution.
But I like what you say because it talks about the way people consume. I mean, we can well understand people consuming online, but maybe they also need to think about the delivery point. Not everything necessarily needs to come to one's home. Although in some blocks of flats you also get these micro hubs that to some extent can be similar. Joseph, you're in the middle there of the market. You have a lot of pressure. I imagine regulatory pressure increasing, possibly. How do you feel that pressure from the market on time to delivery? Is that increasing to the point where you almost have to be at the doorbell the moment the person clicked confirm?
Sure, yes. Many will be happy that, like, few minutes after the final click in the basket, they will hear a doorbell and the goods will be there. I will agree with what was previously said. It's a combination of education and impact, because it's fair to ask how big is the impact of such a service? Is it more sustainable to have it next day in the morning or in 15 minutes if we are not talking about food? It's fair to ask how much emission it will produce and educate customers so they will prefer more emission-friendly solutions. The lockers are increasing also in Slovakia, so the solutions are on the table, and the public needs to be educated and needs to take in consideration not only the price and the timing, but also the impact for the environment. And it's fair to ask if such impact should not be included in pricing, for example. So you want to have it faster and with bigger environmental impact, so you have to pay more, maybe.
Yeah. And in terms of the quality of what's delivered, are there any issues between the kind of vehicles that are used and the fact of delivering the final product as it should be? I just wonder, in terms of quality for the end consumer, do you find any issues that logistics can have an impact on the actual delivered product, Joseph?
I believe not. To give you the data, our company was based in 2005 as a regular delivery company with petrol engines, and we started using cargo bikes in 2012. And today, on average, we do deliver 1,000 parcels per day, and 47% is done by bicycles. So yeah, it's doable, and we are waiting for the day when we will cross the 50% line. And many customers, they are really happy. You do see smiles on their faces when they see that their delivery was done by the bicycle. And some companies, they're, as a part of social responsibility, they're also asking for data about mileage, about emission saved, and they're implementing this impact of preferring cargo bicycle in their own internal policies. So it's up to the customer. Many of them are happy, and I'm trying to remember when actually somebody was complaining about delivery done by bicycle, and I don't remember any.
Okay, because I was wondering whether vehicles can have an impact there in terms of the storage capacity or the types of refrigeration maybe that could exist. Przemysław, are you aware of any quality impacts on the final product being delivered, whether you're choosing one type of vehicle or another?
I think that right now we have technology to solve them in any kind of transportation. So even the bikes have the electricity. And so this is not the issue. I think we can find solution. Of course, the speed depends. So, for example, I think in the city sometimes the bike is more faster than the van. So this is tricky, but it's possible. But when you move the parcel from the city and move between two cities and logistics centers, that there is a speed, and we have lorries and trucks and trains, and there is a place when we can find better and more and less emission way, and this solution can be not so good as right now from the logistic point of view, because when you have lorry, we just pack the lorry in front of one of the logistics center, move by road to the second logistics center. If for example you choose the train, you must move the parcels to the special train station, move this train station, and you add additional point of contact. So, but I think that logistic business have solution to each of this trouble, each problem, and so I think that right now we are such developed situation that there is only to good choice in right place. This is like that, because in some cities the cargo bike is the best way to deliver. In other cities maybe it's not the best, but we must find a good solution.
Yeah, it's necessarily multimodal in the end, from the bulk items all the way down to the smaller ones. We're getting to the end of our session here, so I would like to ask a final question to the two of you. What should be, according to you, the key driver for the development of future urban logistics? Do you think we should be thinking about reducing the delivery time for the end customer, or ensuring that all delivery options meet certain established sustainability criteria? Joseph.
Yeah, for already since 2016 we are working on projects and in pilots where we are trying to prove that faster, more faster with less emission is sustainable. And after 4 years of collecting data, we can say that this is doable, that logistics can be faster, can be emission-free, and can be cheaper. So we think it's doable today, but we need more support from policymakers, and also the demand from customers should focus also on carbon print, because these days you can pick from a delivery company 4 or 5 which can deliver within, we can offer you same-day delivery. That's not the problem. But if you are trying to find out which of them is making less carbon print, it's almost impossible to find that out. So if the delivery companies will not voluntarily start sharing such information, the question can be if some regulations can not force them to do so. So you can consider price, speed, and carbon print and environmental print at the same time.
Okay, so all in one would be your answer to that one. Thank you so much, Joseph, for having shared all your insights in this session. Really appreciate it. And to Przemysław then, the same question. What would be the key driver for you?
I think that with the speed we are winning, so we are always find the fastest way to deliver the parcel. But from the future, we must put more attention to this less emission way of transportation, parcel, people. So this zero emission, near zero emission, and so on, we must focus on that. And because when you observe the market, the e-commerce is growing, the e-grocery is growing, so the demand of the parcel delivery will be increasing. So if we focus on the speed, we forgot about this optimization of the emission of this carbon footprint and so on, so on. So I think taking the future of the market, the e-commerce increasing e-grocery and other online services, we must focus on this carbon footprint, less emission transportation, and logistics must deliver better climate-friendly solution.
Yeah, the focus is so much always on that time to delivery that you would say that it would be good to put a little bit more attention on the
Yes.
climate neutral solution. So thank you very much, Przemysław, for having shared your insights in this session. Really appreciate it. Thanks for having been with us. Well, a big thank you to Joseph and Przemysław for having joined us and shared such great insights on sustainable city logistics. I hope you enjoyed this session, and I now hand back to Traian Urban, Director at Innovation Hub East at EIT Urban Mobility, for the final word.
Thank you very much. And I would like to thank also to our speakers, Przemysław Závodný and Josef Petráš, for their participation and a very insightful debate. To summarize a bit, we have covered the optimal composition of a fleet, main innovation in the sustainable city logistics, including vehicles, drones, robots, the need for better urban planning and optimization of logistics services. I think some of the main issues brought up by our speakers today were either optimization of the mix of transport in the city in order to reduce congestions and to secure effectiveness. Also ensuring sustainability and reducing the carbon footprint while dealing with quasi-immediate deliveries. Also coordinating public policies on the city level to reach the goal of sustainable city logistics. And I think it's quite clear that there is a general need to meet certain established criteria or sustainability criteria as mentioned by our speakers, and to try to tackle these challenges. At the same time, we need to balance the need for the economic viability, the social equity, health and environmental quality. The sustainable city logistics is one of the challenge areas that we focus on in EIT Urban Mobility and of course in Innovation Hub East by supporting innovation projects and startups in this field. We aim to improve the quality of life for residents of these urban areas while taking into consideration the environmental impact. We are looking, of course, to improve whole urban services, make better use of urban spaces and existing transport infrastructure. Also support innovations through future vehicle design, behavioral and technological innovations. We do that by cooperating with cities, businesses, research centers and universities. By supporting innovation, we try to address the latest trends happening in the city logistics. As was mentioned by our speakers, the latest trends are including, for example, the boosting e-commerce during pandemic. More and more people are buying their goods online, which puts pressure on delivery services. Also, I would like to mention on-demand consumerism. Businesses are trying to satisfy the consumers' demand immediately, so they are looking for the solutions. And these trends generally were especially highlighted during the pandemic months when people had to stay at homes, and it's likely the trend that will be continued. And that's why it's necessary to focus on sustainable solutions. Some of the sustainable solutions mentioned here in this mobility talks, it's for example, electricization of delivery fleets, optimization of the last mile delivery by replacing the big delivery vans with cargo bikes. It can be a big help to, or when trying to reduce the traffic congestions, and it's also save time and money for companies, so it's very efficient. Another thing would be ensuring infrastructure for cargo bikes, incorporating smaller depots within cities instead of big depots outside of the city to save time and distribute packages more locally. New software solutions for optimizing freight transport, new production models so that goods are produced closer to home or closer to clients. Let me mention some of the examples of our project related to sustainable city logistics, which we have already in EIT UM. We have supported, for example, an inclusive e-bike project. It's a new rickshaw e-bike which is safe and comfortable for the vulnerable groups who had experienced decreased mobility due to COVID-associated risk in transportation. Another startup supported by us, FSE, which creates innovative modular solutions for light electric delivery vehicles by deploying zero-emission vans for cities. Other interesting startup supported by us, among many others, it's Vonzu, which is transforming the supply chain, distributing by integrating retailers and logistic operators into a single cloud-based platform. And let me mention another one, Hopu supports urban development through data-powered tools to monitor environment, sustainability, noise, air quality, and other indicators. To conclude, whether you are a startup, SME, city, university, or a big company working towards the development of innovative solutions in the sustainable city logistics or generally in the mobility sector, we will be happy to hear from you and discuss how we can support your goals in the urban mobility field. You can read more, of course, about our challenge area, about our project in sustainable city logistics on our webpage, eiturbanmobility.eu. And I think that's everything from me. Thank you, our audience, that you have been part of this special episode of Mobility Talks, focused on sustainable city logistics today. And I would like to invite you to the next episode of Mobility Talks, which will take place in the beginning of next year. So thank you very much.
you can hear something, somebody speaking or something, or it's just me?
I can hear. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I don't see, I cannot hear any music or background noise.
Hello, Gregory.
I think it is stopped. Good afternoon.
Gregory Medley? Yes, I can see you. I can hear you too. Welcome. No, I can't hear you. Can you talk? Can you tell me something, Gregory? How are you? I can't hear Gregory.
Hello, 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 hello.
Now we can hear Gregory. Perfect. Slight technical issue solved.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the Smart City Digital program. We have many interesting guests and talks prepared for you this afternoon. Stay tuned. C40 is a global network of mayors taking urgent action to confront the climate crisis and create a future where everyone can thrive. We are delighted to be joined by two experts in the field of air quality and sustainable methods of transport. Ms. Mariola Panzuela manages a portfolio of zero-emission vehicles projects at C40 and with the ZEV project officer and oversees the delivery of the zero-emission vehicle network. She helps cities decarbonize their transportation sector and move away from polluting motorized modes to clean alternatives. Created back in 2017, the European Startup Prize for Mobility is an EU-founded acceleration and investment program aimed at sustainable mobility startups. This public-private initiative aims to support and scale up smart and sustainable mobility startups across Europe. Mr. Gregory Merli has been its managing director since 2019. Ms. Panzuela, Mr. Merli, welcome to Smart City Expo World Congress. So, Ms. Panzuela, how is the C40 network promoting the use of electric and other zero-emission vehicles, and how are you supporting the transition to zero-emission transportation?
Thank you so much for the question. Let me answer your second question first, actually.
Okay.
At C40, we really kind of follow the classic avoid, shift, improve transportation framework. What that means? Basically, we promote or we try to avoid the need for trips, first of all, by creating cities that are compact, that are connected, where distances are short and can easily be covered walking or cycling. We then try to shift all the trips that happen on private transportation to cleaner modes, such as public transportation, walking and cycling. And then for all those trips that cannot be avoided, that cannot be shifted, we try to convert them into electric trips. So that's kind of our pyramid of priorities. Now, about electrification specifically, what we do is help cities identify best practices so they can replicate them, they can accelerate climate action. And we do that in particularly three areas: charging infrastructure, so charging needs can be met, the design and implementation of incentives, financial and non-financial, for the uptake of electric vehicles, and finally, the transition of high mileage fleets like taxis, like ride-hailing, and their own municipal fleets.
We also have Gregory Merli with us to talk about all these issues. Thank you, Mr. Merli, for being here. You have succeeded in creating a rich ecosystem of startups and entrepreneurs. Using an original and robust methodology, you've helped crowdsource and structure startups such as Manifesto. So how do you advocate for more sustainable innovation?
Hello, thanks for having me, and sorry not to be there in person. To answer your question, I need to give you a little bit of background about us first. Because the European Startup Prize for Mobility is first and foremost a prize that reveals the best Europe startups in the field of smart and sustainable mobility every year. But we are also a crowd tank. So what is a crowd tank? It's the contraction between crowdsourcing and think tank. Our crowd tank puts together a very large community of startups together with big corporations, tech giants, big mobility corporations, and also public actors at the European level. And then all together, we co-create every year what we call a manifesto. You just mentioned that. And this manifesto, we believe it has it's like a green paper that will enable to give recommendations to decision makers on how to boost innovation. So we very much advocate for green innovation that comes from the startups themselves. We do believe it's a very special innovation that is very green, that is very impactful. I'm not saying that there is no other corporations that can create a green future in mobility, and we will need the help of everyone for sure. But I really do believe that one of the key solutions are in the hands of the startups, and our manifesto aims to give them a voice, aims to structure their voice, and aims to reach directly the European decision makers to understand how they can help the startups achieve their goals.
And I have to say that you won the European Startup Prize for Mobility. I didn't say that before. Ms. Panzuela, your experience is more centered on the perspective of city planners and political leaders. So how can cities demand more innovative and sustainable solutions, and what are policymakers afraid of, and why is it so difficult to reach zero emissions in the public sector?
Well, I would say that when we talk about political leaders at SCEWC, we like to make a little bit of a differentiation. And I think that if you have been following COP26 in Glasgow last week, you may share my sentiment. But when we look at mayors at cities, we see doers. When we look at national governments, prime ministers, we see delayers.
Okay.
We believe that cities are taking things in their own hands. Cities are aware that the climate crisis will be won or lost in their cities, but they cannot do that alone. And just let me give you an example. Using the ride-hailing industry, so Uber, Lyft, FreeNow, Bolt, all these companies that we know. Cities are desperate to electrify all these fleets because they are high-mileage vehicles. So some studies suggest that they drive up to 6 times more miles than privately owned vehicles. So it makes sense to electrify them first, since they pollute much more. They are also interested in electrifying them because they can create demand for charging infrastructure, act as anchor tenants, help them test some business models. And finally, because they also create awareness. Many people will have their first experience in an EV sitting in the back of an Uber, right? So we like to adopt them as campaigns on wheels, basically. Now, who should bear the burden of electrifying these fleets? It cannot be drivers. Cities would like to do it, but obviously they cannot do it themselves. When we talk about public policy, we always talk about carrots and sticks, right? Mm-hmm. And when it comes to sticks, in this particular sector, cities are really constrained. They don't have much regulatory powers. That's why they usually have to go to other policies in their toolkit, like zero-emission areas, in order to nudge the sector to electrification. And when we look at the carrots or the incentives, there's not much that cities can do either, particularly when you compare their budgets with the market cap of Uber, for instance, right? And when there are other also competing priorities, like funding public transportation after COVID. So cities are very aware that in order to create change, they need to collaborate with the private sector, with academia. Everyone needs to come together. So that's a little bit why, it's not cities being afraid of.
They are aware, but they need help.
Exactly.
Okay.
And that's what we're trying to do.
Thank you. What do you think, Mr. Merli? How can promising startups scale up their initiatives to a European Union level to have a bigger impact?
That's the $1 billion question. I would say that, so if you want startups that scale up in Europe, you need a startup that is mature and that has the ability to do it. And but in order to have a lot of mature startups that are ready to scale, you need a very mature ecosystem for startups in Europe. And this is where sometimes we have a weakness. We have a weakness in Europe. If I take maybe two examples, the example of Israel and the example of the US, where you have many more unicorns per capita compared to the European Union, I can tell you that the ecosystem is more mature because they put more money in the research and development. So big corporations compared to the GDP, they really put a higher percentage in R&D. For Israel, for example, you have more. They managed to create a very smart public funding that attracts a lot better the private funding. And thanks to that, you now have more funding per capita than anywhere else in the world. So this is part of the recipe for success. And for maybe one last example about the US, but in the Silicon Valley, it's not only that you have a lot of research and development that is carried away by, I don't know, the tech giants, but you also have top-notch universities that are pushing innovation, that are giving all the tools for entrepreneurship in innovation. And this, I do think that we don't have in Europe, and that this will be like this might be one of the solutions to start creating a very mature tech ecosystem in Europe. And then I have no doubt that we have the right brains, we have the right entrepreneurs that will have good idea to scale. But before they manage to create their business, we need to have a far more scalable ecosystem to support them.
We'd like to close this conversation by congratulating C40 and the European Startup Prize for Mobility for their consistent work. Look forward to keeping in touch with both of you. Thank you very much for coming here today.
Thank you so much, Jimmy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Modern cities continue to grow at the dizzying pace in our planet's future. What are going to see how companies are reinventing the link between humans and technology through applications with a more social character. A robot dog. Paula is now with Anna SCEWC from Plane Concepts to show us all about that and the robot dog himself.
Yes, Jamie, here we are at the Plane Concepts stand with Anna SCEWC, who is responsible for this device, for this robot. Can you tell us a little more about it?
Yeah, sure, of course. Thank you for inviting us, first of all.
Thank you for having us.
We are Plane Concepts, first of all. Okay, we are a technology company. We are a multinational company, in fact, but with
the beginning, it's a Spanish company and multinational. And what can I tell you about the robot? Yeah, well, this robot, it comes from Boston Dynamics, which is one of the leading companies making this kind of robots. And we have the partnership with them, all right, in which Plain Concepts will develop different software solutions with artificial intelligence.
Wow.
And the objective is to help our clients with more innovative technology solutions and to help them in their business decisions, of course. All right?
What does it do?
Well, the robot, as you can see, has a very good mobility, all right? He can walk like 10 kilometers per hour.
Okay.
He has a very good stability. I mean, if you push him, for example, I'm gonna
okay,
try.
Yeah, sure.
Yep. Oh.
Wow.
If you do like this,
wow.
As you can see, he's able.
Amazing.
He's able to stand up.
Yeah.
With no problem. That's one of the things he has, stabilities. Another thing, he can bring on the top side at maximum 14 kilos, not more than 14 kilos, all right? And he is able to be under the rain.
Oh.
Yes. He can stand like temperatures up to 113 degrees.
Wow,
and
that's
minus 4 degrees as well. Yeah, so that's very important because he can go through spaces or through different scenarios that are a risk for a person or a man.
Yeah.
So that's one of the options we have with the robot. And from Plain Concepts, what we do? We can put different sensors, different cameras, able to collect data, collect information, just for the companies to have the information and make decisions with that.
I'm amazed at this. Wow.
Now he's dancing. He seems like he's dancing. He's happy. Yeah.
Wow.
We put like.
It looks like a dog, actually.
Yeah, he acts like a dog. Yeah, the movements. And the way he moves, the way he, no?
Yes, and the stability it has.
And the stability it has is amazing. I mean,
it's gonna help a lot of people, I'm sure, with their jobs.
Yes.
So this is amazing. Congratulations on your project.
You're welcome.
And thank you for having us.
Thank you for inviting us.
Thank you, Jamie. Back to you.
See that robot dance? He dances better than me. Oh dear me, I've seen it all today. Thank you very much, Paula. For the last 9 years, Ms. Fernanda Rivera has led sustainable mobility policy in Mexico City. She has led the EcoBici bike share program, open street program, bike schools, and massive bike parking facilities, as well as road safety policies and regulations. And she commutes by bicycle daily, so she knows what she's talking about. Ms. Rivera, welcome to Tomorrow Mobility. We can't hear you, Ms. Rivera. I don't know if there's an issue with your audio. Can you check your mic, please? Maybe you have mute?
No, I'm already.
Now we can hear you. Thank you very much for that. No worries. So, Ms. Rivera, when we talk about friendly metropolises, we think of medium-sized Nordic cities such as Copenhagen or Amsterdam. But how easy is it to get drivers out of cars in a megalopolis like Mexico City?
Well, Mexico City, like you know, it's a 19 million trip city. We live in a metropolitan area. We have 8.9 million inhabitants just in Mexico City, but we share the geographical space with other states, and we have almost 19 million inhabitants. So it's a crazy place to live because there are several trips. Something that is good about Mexico City is that 7 out of 10 trips are not made by car. They are made by walking, cycling, or public transit. What has happened in these big cities, there are several inequalities. And of course, there has been a lack of investment in public transport. So we can make a quality trip for the people. So we can avoid trips on cars, but also we can improve the quality of on a daily basis trips on the public transit and also on cycling and walking. Cycling has been a new policy here in Mexico City, even though bicycles have been in the city for a long time, even longer than public transit and cars.
So when cyclists across the globe took over city streets emptied by COVID, Latin America's mayors rushed to create bike lines and moved quickly to implement their urban mobility wish lists. Mexico City, which just opened the longest bike lane in the region, seems to be asking, how can we make this bike boom last?
Well, the bike boom last in Mexico City has been taking place for the last 15 years, I can tell that. There has been a big change of how people are deciding to use their bicycle as a mode of transport because we have one of the largest bicycle share program in the region. We have almost 400 kilometers of cycling infrastructure and also massive parking facilities. We have an open street program, bike schools. There have been a comprehensive cycling mobility strategy. During the COVID pandemic, we made a specific goal, try to improve and shift trips. We wanted people, instead of just using their car or their motorcycle, or because they were afraid of a public transport, even though they didn't have to be afraid about it. So we decided to promote cycling. That's why we put these pop-up bike lanes that I think that for cities, there was a good way to have a pilot program and to have cycling infrastructure that you weren't thinking about to implement in your city. And now we made it in Insurgentes, that is, I think, the third longest avenue in the world. And we have 40 kilometers of pop-up bike lanes that showed us that we could increase the number of cycling trips. And now we have the good notice for everyone and the good news for everyone that is watching us, that it's going to be a permanent cycling infrastructure. We have been working these last 3 months because we realized this, what we're seeing in the pictures, that people are willing to ride their bicycle, that Mexico City, even though it's a big city, has turned out to be a cycling city. And this pop-up bike lane, it's the perfect connection between the south and the north part of the city. And now it's going to be safe, it's going to be sustainable, and I think that it's going to be amazing. We have been working actually with vital strategies that promote public health, and they paid us and they helped us to pay the whole executive project of Insurgentes Permanent Cycle. So we're really happy because it's a $5 million investment in Mexico City for cyclists.
Finally, Ms. Rivera, I ask you to be brief, but to tell me 3 reasons why it is in the best interest of urban decision makers to lead by example and ride a bike just like you do.
Well, I think that whenever you ride a bike, the first thing is that you understand cyclists. You're on the foot of cyclists and you think about the city on the scale of people that is riding a bicycle. Second, I think that also you're really keen on the problems and also the opportunities that you have to make public policies. And as decision makers, we have the specific task to solve the problems of the city. And last but not least, I think that whenever you experience your city by bike, the whole experience of how you ride and how you perceive your city and how you scale up your city, it's completely amazing and it changes your life. And as a woman, it gives you a lot of freedom also. It's a gender policy. So that's the 3 reasons.
Yeah, Ms. Rivera, I'm looking forward to cycle again around Mexico City very soon. Thank you very much for being here with us today.
Thank you, Jamie, for the space. Have a nice day today.
Thanks. Vehicular transportation has undergone rapid improvements and modernizations in the past few decades. However, the removal of the driver as the main controlling body of the machine had been a feature of science fiction until now. To talk with us about the revolutionary ways that autonomous vehicles can impact our lives and how cities might accommodate this new technology, we have two incredible speakers. Dr. Bani Anvari is the Director of Intelligent Mobility at UCL. Welcome to Tomorrow Mobility. It's only you today with us, not two speakers. So let's start, Ms. Anvari. How are robotics and artificial intelligence enabling a safer interaction between autonomous vehicles, drivers and pedestrians in cities?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your introduction and having me. Vehicles that can drive themselves in an autonomous way will be one of the first robots or autonomous systems that the majority of people will engage with on a daily basis. They have actually make a disruption within this sector. You can see that the sector of car manufacture were dominated in the past by mechanical engineer or electrical engineer, and this has now been moved towards more software engineers. That's why you can see some certain companies such as Google investing within this industry. And that means that there is a big use of AI in order to, for example, develop the technology for image recognition or build trustworthy systems for user interaction and communication, as well as for building drivable machines or autonomous vehicles, meaning identifying the right balance between comfort and safety, as well as making use of AI for making safety cases for autonomous vehicles. So in the past, there were a number of cases that you would see has been developed over years, and they are in place in order to check the functions and the functionality of certain parts of the machine. But with the introduction of AVs, there are the possibilities and the combination of cases that can happen are enormous. And it's not possible to identify all of those combinations and therefore build safety cases for them. What can be done is that identifying the most interesting and challenging cases and classifying solutions for those challenging cases, and through that we use AI in order to make safety insurance cases.
And what changes the city's experience in the urban infrastructure when ensuring a shared space? I mean, what's your stance on policies and technology that would seek to solve these challenges?
Well, there are a lot of challenging situations when autonomous cars will come to our cities. As I said, and there are challenges that we need to look into in terms of technology. We need to improve our technologies. We need to improve our user interactions, user communication interfaces. But also one of the most challenging aspects is the social side of things and the communication, especially when it comes to situations where we have a number of vehicles which are autonomous and a number which are not autonomous. And all of these, the users of autonomous or non-autonomous vehicles or pedestrians or cyclists or other road users need to negotiate on the right of way. They need to make themselves understood to the other users and be able to interact in a smooth manner within our city, so that we enjoy experiencing our cities and benefiting from the possibilities and from the advantages that the technology can provide us.
Dr. Anvari, how does the process of developing mobility models for growing urban spaces with autonomous vehicles work?
Well, this is quite general. There are a lot of elements within this model which are important and they are taken into account. I touch on some of these ones. For instance, for the communication aspect that you also can see some images in the video is design transparency. So it's very important that we design interfaces that are doing what are meant to do and the users understand what they are doing and how they are making decisions. The other aspect is on safety and security, which in the past was not necessarily coming together, but with the introduction of AVs, safety and security are actually not considered in isolation, but they have to be considered together, and the user need to have possibilities to check these elements. The other aspect within this model is how these aspects are communicated to the users, and this can be done through using different interfaces. At the moment, you see in existing technologies, we have audio, video, but also in the coming years and some of the works that we are doing, we are also integrating haptic feedback in order to communicate messages in different using multimodal systems to the users. The other element within this model that is critical and has been considered is what ethical principles needs to be used in order to make decisions, and whose ethics needs to be implemented. This is one of the things that in these vehicles requires legal basis and agreements between different parties and in different cities, even among different cities. Again, it's also important to have safety cases that are agreed, different parties and different sectors, and also an agreement on liability, especially when it comes to autonomous cars, as we are shifting the liability from the driver, basically by releasing control to the car, to the developers, manufacturers, and suppliers.
Thank you, Dr. Anvari, for your presence today here at Tomorrow Mobility. Thanks.
Thank you.
Fluctuo is a data specialized company focused on shared mobility services like bikes, scooters, mopeds and cars. They combine innovative data collection methods, sophisticated algorithms and a team of mobility experts to produce the most extensive and accurate data possible. Their services include real-time vehicles location API and city analytics dashboards. Mr. Julien Chamoussi is not only the CEO of Fluctuo, but a shared mobility data specialist and a renowned speaker as well. He's in the speakers room with Natalie. Natalie, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Jamie. I'm really excited to have Mr. Chamoussi here to talk more about shared mobility. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
And I know the pandemic has, undoubtedly impacted the shared mobility sector. A lot of e-scooter traffic is dependent on tourism. What has this meant in the sense of, how the sector has had to reinvent itself?
Yeah, the pandemic has been a shock for the industry, that's for sure. All the services were in standby, were paused in March, April, May. But the good news is that after this initial shock, we have seen a great recovery of the industry, and the numbers, the ridership numbers have been growing. So then again, this winter 2020, we had seen some curfews, some lockdowns in several countries, so it had an impact again on the traffic. But basically, we're at a higher level that we were before the pandemic. And the great thing is that this increase in ridership has been achieved with a very low tourism activity. And for some in the industry, like specifically for shared scooters, tourists were a very interesting source of revenue and of business, because people visiting Paris or Barcelona were very keen to rent a shared scooter to travel from one place to a museum. So, tourists are back, but we're still at a very low level. So the great thing about this is that shared scooter operators had to reinvent themselves and to try to create a new business model which is not only based on tourists but also on local people. So now the focus is on inhabitants and local people. So it means different things for them. They have to change their pricing model. They have to change the way the vehicles are being deployed around in the city, because it's not the same thing to serve tourists who want to go from La Plaza de Catalunya to riding in the Ramblas, and the people who just want to go to a train station, to a metro station, to go to their office, to go to their university. So it's an interesting change in the way the industry is approaching the market, and I think it's great for the people. And when the tourists will be back, it's going to be like a bonus for the industry because they will again generate some revenues and some business with the tourists. But they need to reinvent themselves to take care of local people first. I think that's a great thing. I think for everybody.
Great. Yeah. No, that's really interesting about the local focus and making sure that model is sustainable, serving local needs. But yeah, and then we've talked about Barcelona and Paris, but speaking about micromobility and small suburban villages, that might not have transportation networks. How could shared mobility schemes, be implemented in those kind of settings as well?
Yeah, I would say that the second good news about the impact of the pandemic is that now shared mobility operators are turning to mid-size and medium-size and small-size cities to deploy new services. So indeed, during the first year of the industry, the major cities, capital cities, were the main target of those operators, and we have seen really fierce competition in these cities against all the operators who wanted to deploy their services. Sometimes it created some chaos in the street because there were too many vehicles available. But now that all these cities are being served by operators, now they are turning to a new category of cities, medium-sized, small cities. And it's interesting because they have gained some knowledge, some know-how. They know better how to operate the service, and they are now able to operate services in cities where the density is lower, because that's a major thing for shared mobility. You need to have high density. But now, with new business model, new hardware, new lesson learned from the first cities, they know how to operate services in cities of 50,000 inhabitants, 100 city inhabitants, with a reduced fleet from 100 vehicles to 200 vehicles. So they know how to do that, they know how to make money with that, and that's a great thing because it creates new opportunities for many people in all the cities.
Great. I think we have just 1 minute left, but real quickly, I also wanted to ask, what kind of partnerships should really the public transportation system be having and looking for together with the shared mobility sector? What's the possibility there?
That's a very good question, because obviously shared mobility is not able to transport as many people as public transport. If you take the subway, the people who are moving with the subway, with the bus, it's there are far more people than people who can ride on a scooter, on a shared bike, on a shared moped. But still, it's very interesting to try to create a seamless experience for the people. So trying to solve the thing that to go to a train station, to go to a subway station, you can walk or you can ride. And if we can create if we can develop cooperations between the operators of public transport and the operators of shared mobility, we could really offer to people a really interesting experience, a fun experience, and trying to combine the best of both worlds. So the capacity of mass transport to move many people, and then the capacity of shared mobility to take care of individual needs. So I think that's something we need to work on, and all the players in the industry, I think, are well aware of that.
Well, thank you so much. I've definitely learned a lot, and I'm sure our audience has too.
Thank you.
So thanks so much, and handing it over back to you, Jamie.
Well, we believe that in order to tackle complex mobility across metropolitan areas, we must rely on the ability of smart companies like Fluctuo to help organizations and companies become an active part of sustainable cities. Thank you, Mr. SCEWC, for talking with us, and thank you too, Nathalie.
Metros, trains and buses are being increasingly linked with other forms of active transport, like bikes and e-scooters. The idea is that you can complete your entire journey without once having to climb into an automobile. It's a simple obstacle. trips are either too long to complete on foot, or your public transport of choice doesn't take you close enough to where you want to go. Cycling can help link your workplace to your home, but only if there is enough infrastructure in place. So it's a question of planning and cooperation between different service providers. Say a metro line can take you most of the way, but you have to get off at a stop that is a little out of your walking range. If there are cycle share schemes in strategic locations or secure storage box where you can leave your own bike, it opens up a whole new segment of a city. Moving into, out of and between cities should also be easier in the years to come thanks to new EU rules on passenger rights. Train companies are going to have to make sure they have adequate carriage space on board for a certain amount of bikes. That should mean fewer people driving to suburban train stations before leaving their cars in parking lots.
Just look to the Netherlands. Look to what they have done in all their stations. They aren't that keen on bringing their bikes onto the trains, but they have created massive bike parking systems at the train stations. And I think the Dutch model there is a model for the rest of Europe, in showing us that if you have modern, open, bright facilities for bicyclists, then they'll use the bike parking facilities.
It goes back to that idea of a transport ecosystem. All of the vehicles available to use, be they trucks, bikes, planes, or trams, are useful and necessary if we're going to perfect mobility. By fostering better cooperation between different providers, that goal becomes more achievable.
The COVID-19 pandemic has brought disruption and change to innumerable sectors of our society. Quantifying which are permanent or temporal will be incredibly important in concluding if the pandemic effects can be taken as an opportunity instead of a challenge. Our next speaker will be focusing on one incredibly important sector, mobility. Josep Mateu is the president of RAC, the renowned mobility club. We're incredibly excited to talk with him about how our city's mobility will transform in this upcoming post-pandemic era. Mr. Mateu, welcome to Smart City.
Welcome.
First question, could you describe what RAC's mobility club consists of and how has it evolved recently?
Well, we have made during the last years a big change because we have been a drivers association, a car drivers association during 100 years.
Okay.
And now we have become a mobility club. A mobility club, that means that we would like to be more close to the people because in one day of normal life, everyone is going by car, by public transport, walking, by bicycle, by motorcycle, etc. Then we need to become something more close to the people, and then we are now we are a mobility club.
Times have changed for everyone indeed. So can you indicate how RAC sees, from the user's perspective, the way in which mobility is changing in cities and which are the effects that the pandemic has had and is having on urban mobility?
Well, the pandemic had changed a lot of things, but before the pandemic, what happened? We were talking about normally the private car will disappear from the center of towns and the people will use more public transport. Another thing is that the people were using more bicycles, scooters, etc. Then when the pandemic appears, all these things was stopped. That means the people now is becoming again to use the private car because they have no trust with the health trust with the public transport, and for the reason they are using again the private car. In Barcelona, for example, the public transport now is in 80% of the total level of users. Okay. That means that all this effect appears and you have more congestion. More congestion. Congestion means more contamination at the end. And if we are looking for the quality, the air quality, and we are looking for the climate change, I think we have an issue there. That's the big matter. I think we need to take short-term decisions and a long term. The long-term decision means to improve the public transport again. And then the people will use more the public transport and the sharing mobility in town. And another actions that we need to do is that the people have more trust in this sector of the public transport. I mean, and to change the way the schedule of the people for working, for going to school, to university, change the timetable of all the people, and use more these kind of bicycles and scooters and this kind of thing.
So it's clear that some changes are needed right now. Last question, what is RAC's vision on current and future micro-mobility and urban challenges?
Well, the micro-mobility is quite important now because young people is looking more about air quality, is looking more about climate change, is looking more about the quality of life, I think. No? That means that they start to use these bicycles, scooters, electric bicycles, and this kind of things, and then this will increase in towns the use of them. But we need to manage all this matter because they need some infrastructures that they don't have. They need separate lanes. They need parkings for this kind of machines, and then at the same time we need to improve the education of the people because they are going to be all together with the cars, with all mobility. That means it's a big change. For the reason this kind of congress like the Smart City World Congress and the Tomorrow.Mobility is very important because we can have the opinion of everybody about this matter.
Big changes and big challenges ahead of us. Thank you very much, Mr. Mateo, for being with us today.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Having trouble getting to your destination? Easy. Compare and choose your best option with City Trips, the app with all the options to move around the city. On your most intense days, be always on time. And if you need a change in perspective, we take you underground. Although, you might prefer feeling like you're part of the city. Either way, move around freely and fly. Discover all the options around you. Choose your best option and move. Download City Trips. One app, all the options to move.
A new era of personal air mobility for sustainable urban development is already here. An amazing flying car for everyone to save daily commuting time with a green, smart and affordable air taxi is now a reality. Natalie is with Aitor Martin, CEO of Advanced Air Mobility, to explain us more.
Hi everyone, yeah. We're in the middle of the exhibit hall here, and we're looking at some really interesting and cool mobility innovations. We've actually got a prototype here of an air taxi, so I'm excited to learn more about the work that you're doing. If you could tell us a little bit more about, what is this and what are you hoping to achieve with the prototype?
Okay, perfect. So this is the future of mobility. We want to revolutionize not only mobility, personal mobility, but also the development of the future cities. So this is just a prototype. We are developing it, and the idea is to build it and start flight tests next year. This concept of mobility is an air taxi for everyone. In the future, it will be autonomous flight. It's just an electric vehicle, so no emissions in operation, and will allow us to reduce our commuting time, our daily movements to work to 1/4. Instead of 1 hour by car, just 15 minutes. So we can move so fast in the city, or we can decide to live in the beach in Mallorca or in the Pyrenees in the mountains and come here to Barcelona for a meeting in just 30 minutes.
Well, that's great. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm personally looking forward to potentially jumping into an air taxi to go to work one day. So yeah, thank you so much.
Well, that's what I want, Natalie, to see you in one of those very soon. Thank you. Arzu Tekir is a business strategist specializing in smart and sustainable city solutions. She helps entrepreneurs and technology companies define market opportunities, develop growth strategies, and fundraise. She is the founder and CEO of Urbanite Venture, helping urban tech and ed-tech companies transform cities. She was named one of the Women of Courage Turkey by Dunya Finance and Business Daily, and was also selected to the Global Ambassadors Program organized by Vital Voices and Bank of America. Recently, she was chosen by the American Turkish Society as one of its young society leaders. Today, we have the great privilege of having her with us. Ms. Tekir, welcome to Tomorrow Mobility. Hello, Mr. Tekir.
Thank you for having me.
It's an honor having you here. You are the founder of Urbanite Venture and the Career Transformation Academy. What tools and knowledge does the Academy provide investors, entrepreneurs, and technology companies?
These are two different initiatives. Let me explain briefly. I founded Urbanite Venture to help urban tech companies transform cities. You know, urban tech covers all technologies impacting or improving the city living. So we are a growth consulting firm with expertise in smart cities, urban innovation, and fundraising. That means to companies solving urban problems, we are the independent advisor and business partner that brings new market opportunities, better relations with the city administrations, and effective communication plan and facilitating capital. You know, I've been working in different areas, cities and technology for a long time. So over years, working as an NGO director, external director, in consult, I see there is a missing puzzle of the part, which is, between the city administration and stakeholders and urban tech companies, which is better communication and storytelling for effective smart city implementations. So we are serving this companies with a very big confidence. We have now extended our offerings to include virtual and extended reality businesses for the last 2 years. And when I came to Career Transformation Academy, I wrote a book in 2020 with the title, Now is Your Time, to entrepreneur professionals transform their careers and also businesses. My book was published 8 months ago, and the book led me to create a course and fund Career Transformation Academy as a social venture. So through the online courses we are able to, create a scholarship fund for the master and PhD students. I'm hugely excited about this new initiative.
So now is our time indeed. Based on your expertise on smart cities, urban innovation and smart mobility, what do you believe are the biggest challenges ahead for urban mobility, and how are you improving the adaptability of mobility-oriented businesses that you advise at Urbanite Venture?
Mm-hmm. There are 3 challenges city administrations facing at this moment. Climate crisis is a big problem to address, and growing population in cities and aging transportation systems. And according to the World Economic Forum, the number of automobiles on the planet is expected dramatically from 1 billion in 2019 and around 2 billion by 2040. It's a huge, rise. Car ownership. So aging and poor transportation systems are creating more pollution, affecting our health and social inequality in cities. So people are not able to restrict the access to education, jobs, and healthcare services, and it affects all local economy and productivity. On the one hand, to address these urban mobility challenges, on-demand shared mobility solutions can be the answer. Like e-scooters, bike sharing systems, e-bike sharing system, ride-hailing, and other emerging mobility modes. But on the other hand, we see there are some frictions like traffic crashes, congestions, and there is a need coordinated effort should be led by the city administration. There is a need to reorganize the city management system and agile leadership. I know it sounds odd and not easy, but yes, city administrations must lead in a different way, in my opinion. So coming back to your question, I suggest urban mobility companies and their investors need to find the way a long-term partnership with cities in short-term world, actually. I highly suggest those groups to develop relations with international organizations, NGOs, such as WRI, OECD's, ITF, ITDP, C40, list goes on, and to understand better what really sustainable cities and sustainable mobility means and impacts on our lives and economies.
In 2019, Mr. Kier, you designed an online 6-week program on smart cities and global development for graduate students at the School of the Future of Innovation in Society at Arizona State University. Would you be able to share one of the most essential and key ideas you took from the program that all urban leaders should keep in mind?
Actually, there was a very diverse group of students. You know, this is the first time I received an invitation from a program director at a university in the United States. It was really surprising for me because they were looking for a comprehensive, course program for their students. These are the master students from different backgrounds, multidisciplinary group. So the students come from different backgrounds like philosophy, technology, women's studies, environmental sciences. There were some professionals from like Nike's marketing team and smart city consultants, etc. So it was really interesting to hear and read these rich discussions and thoughts on the smart cities. I can tell that I really enjoy with these rich intellectual discussions and from these brilliant students. What I can suggest to city officials is to form this type of multidisciplinary teams. Many technology companies has been doing this for a long time, but we cannot see in our city administrations and city managers. So multi-disciplines, what I can suggest. And the other thing is the projects and this type of project of smart cities should begin with an understanding of the fundamentals, hearing and benefiting diverse viewpoints of use. Courses like these might help, very helpful, and the teams learn about foundations of smart cities while also gaining different, broader perspective.
Author of the ebook Blockchain for Smart Cities Simplified. What do you consider to be the areas within blockchain that have the most potential and have not been seized yet? Is there an opportunity in blockchain for urban mobility?
Actually, one of the biggest challenges keeping being applied more widely, lack of awareness. What I noticed is, since it was a very complicated technology, so I created this book for the city leaders to explain what blockchain technology is, how the cities can implement in their solutions and in their cities. So the thing is that understanding how technology works is key to leveraging too many opportunities it presents for cities. When I wrote this ebook, I noticed there are a lot of implementations around social services and real estate asset exchange as we see in Sweden, and energy trading as we see in Brooklyn. I wasn't noticed very much actually urban mobility part at that time. So what I see here, lack of awareness, lack of standard and regularity and legal uncertainty to see more blockchain use cases in cities, in my opinion.
Always interesting listening to you, Ms. Arzu Tekir. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you for having me.
The pandemic obviously affected so many parts of daily life, one of them being travel behavior. So when people had to start teleworking instead of commuting, all the shops were shutting down. During the pandemic, people were taking both directed and undirected trips. Directed trips are your normal trips, going to work, going shopping, going to a museum. Undirected trips are different because they have no destination, or the destination is ancillary to the travel. So they're more like taking a jog or a bicycle ride, going on a walk, going on a joyride. And these type of trips really increased during the pandemic because there were no destinations really available anymore.
During the pandemic, and especially during the first lockdown, I just went everywhere by foot. I thought it was very cool to walk around the city because it was so empty. And for sure, the lockdown increased my motivation to take a bike, because before I used to, for instance, take more public transport or Uber.
I love the moment where in the beginning of the confinement all the cars stopped driving and you could feel the air getting better. This also encouraged me to walk more through the city and take my bike more and be less lazy to take the public transport, because obviously taking the metro felt a bit weird because you're packed on the metro with a lot of people. It was a good way to, you know, cleanse the brain and just some music on and walk for a long time, and it was very helpful.
Undirected trips are mostly active. Almost 96% of the trips that we saw were with active modes. So this improves health and well-being. People said that it removes negative feelings, like relieves their tension, relieves their stress. And enjoying the scenery is also something that people gained from undirected trips.
Actually, the pandemic has been a very long period, but we've seen actually that many people use that period for testing new mobility services or just taking their old bike with their kids and so on. And this very short trend actually became a major trend over the long time, because now we realize actually that people they stick to those new habits, and we've seen a dramatic fall in the public transport use because of the health issues. And this is what we see actually: not much commute, a lot of bicycle and walking, and a significant drop in public transport use.
Over 50% of people started taking more walks for their directed trips as well as for their undirected trips. About 35% of people started taking more bike rides. Car use dropped by almost 90%. It was really pretty strong. And then there were 31% of people who did not change their public transit use.
Yes, many things have been encouraged, especially regarding infrastructure, because there were new cycling tracks built in the city, but also some very small things like adapting red lights. One other thing we've seen is that the bicycle tracks, they've been more used by citizens, which is very positive. We've also seen initiatives like Critical Mass, which is a movement of cyclists taking public space as their public space and getting on the road to show that there are many cyclists in the city and that we need to take them into consideration. What's positive is that we really see that this movement is increasing, and it gives some political pressure. It's not necessarily against car drivers and against cars. We need a new public space management and try to find a new balance between all these usages.
Transportation is a sector with great potential and with the stirrings of great change. Our next speaker is an expert with decades of experience. Ms. Karen van Cluysen is Secretary General of Police, which helps advise EU legislators on all matters related to mobility and transportation. A very warm welcome to Tomorrow Mobility to Ms. van Cluysen, who I think is with Paula at the Tomorrow Mobility Congress room, right?
Yes, that's correct, Jamie. I'm here with Ms. van Cluysen. Welcome. Thank you for having us.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
I wanted to ask you, after the pandemic, many cities have rebuilt their concept of transportation. How does policy influence this post-pandemic trend?
I wish we could say post-pandemic. We're not just there yet, but indeed there's been a lot of good things that have been happening as well during this pandemic. We had no recipe for this disaster, so cities were also very much looking at each other in terms of what needed to be done. And what we have seen in good terms is a massive respacing of our city streets in favor of active travel. So changing the reallocation of space, which is something which was long overdue in our urban environments. We had a very unfair, and we still have actually a very unfair allocation of urban space. So giving more space to sustainable modes is actually a very powerful way to decide which modes we want to prioritize in the future to make our sustainable mobility a reality finally. And this is what we see happening, and this is something we should capitalize on to make sure that the temporary measures we've seen introduced also become permanent over time. And those cities which have very good sustainable urban mobility plans with long-term visions in place are the ones with the highest chances for success, because what they actually did was accelerate a plan that was already in the pipeline, but roll it out in a much faster way. So there we have higher chances of those new measures staying in place, and let's be optimistic.
Yes, we are optimistic. That's why we're here. And I wanted to ask you about the conclusions after the COP26, the COP26. Much of that conclusion came to the point where traffic and transportation was one of the main issues with the carbon dioxide emissions. So how can cities what can cities do to improve this or change the trend?
Yeah. The thing is, this pandemic is very tangible, but it's not the only crisis that our cities are dealing with. And already prior to COVID-19, they were trying to tackle climate change, but also local air pollution, noise pollution, road safety challenges, and congestion. So they really need a radical shift away from the private car onto more sustainable modes in our city centers. And space, as we have already mentioned, is a very powerful tool to make that happen, give more space to those sustainable modes, but also, of course, for those cars that will still remain in our cities, which should be less, let's be clear, they should be electrified. And we also have to invest in the recovery of public transport. We have no choice but to make sure it remains the backbone of our sustainable urban mobility ecosystem. There is no other mode that can deliver in terms of affordability, efficiency, sustainability, and equity, such as mass transit. So we have to make sure that that happens. And in order for us to give viable alternatives to the people, we need the sustainable modes to join forces. We need to become more multimodal and intermodal, so offer a wide range of different options and also make it more easy to combine those different options. That's something we need to do in the future.
Yes, we should focus on that. Definitely. About mobility safety, pedestrians, citizens, safety has always been an issue. How or what things do we need to improve to make that happen, to improve our safety?
Yeah. What we should realize is that sustainability and safety go hand in hand. If our roads are not safe, we will not be able to promote sustainable alternatives. And we see in terms of statistics across different countries that infrastructure does make such a big difference. You know, countries like the Netherlands, like Sweden, they have great numbers when it comes to safety, whereas their neighboring countries which are not investing to the same extent in that infrastructure have much worse figures. And I think we should stop accepting those daily victims on our roads as collateral damage. You know, the current pandemic is killing many people, but all these other crises, including road safety, are killing many people on our roads as well. And with Polis, we have introduced the paradigm for safe city streets, which are 10 basic principles that we tell our cities to comply with if they want to really radically change safety and do that hand in hand with sustainability. And I would invite you to have a look at those principles to make sure that really we can also tackle this crisis amongst all the other crises we were talking about.
We definitely will look at that. And about the challenge of traffic congestions and traffic jams, based on your experience, what do you think would be the best solution for this problem?
Well, of course, we can offer incentives. We can try to nudge people towards sustainable behavior and sustainable mobility options. But what we also have to do is bring out the sticks, you know, disincentives. And I know this is politically sensitive and it requires political leadership, but we have no choice but to go down that road as well. So that means we will have to internalize the external costs of polluting traffic options in society, and then we are mostly talking about the private car, of course. So once we internalize those costs through pricing measures such as congestion charging, but also low and zero emission zones, then people will start to seriously consider the sustainable alternatives as well. And so we really have to go down that road, carrots as well as sticks.
I think that is one of the objectives, that we do end up using more public transport than private. Thank you very much for having us today, for receiving us, for chatting with us, and we're looking forward to watch every project that you start from now on.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Jamie, we're back to you.
Inspiring talks. Thank you very much, Miss Van Clusen, and thank you too, Paula.
How do you envision the ideal city of the future?
I would like to live in a city which is self-sustained and green.
Most importantly, it's an inclusive city. It is fundamental also for the economic survival of cities.
High-tech and innovation city in a beautiful, clean nature.
A lot of place for people to walk, a lot of green, a lot of trees, and finally, a lot of diversity.
A city where different groups of people live in harmony.
A city in nature, a low carbon footprint city.
The mobility as a service, better schools, more universities.
Clean, less noisy, more adapted to the elderly citizens.
Job creation on the one hand, and social inclusion on the other.
Creating a city that works for everybody, where people have the ability to reach their economic potential.
I want stronger communities where there's trust.
It would be completely secure. The right compliance, the right governance would be in place everywhere, all leveraging data to provide better and personalized service.
My dream would be to see planning the city with a structural plan, with local area plans.
Net zero commuting. A community where the resources that you need, energy, clean water, food, are all produced near the point of consumption.
Greenest, most caring and prosperous cities.
For me, it's the more revolutionary idea to change the uses of the public space. Because if you change the uses, you can give new citizen rights. We need to develop tools for planify the new cities and, naturally, to regenerate the existing ones. We need to rethinking practically all. The history about the Superblock started when I was the technical director of environment of the City Council of Barcelona. In that moment, we developed the noise map for the city. And we discovered that half of the city is below of 65 dBAs and not admissible level. I propose a plan to manage and how we can reduce this impact in our population. And I propose the superblocks. If you want to have an admissible scenario to the noise, then you need to make neighborhood streets without cars. The first superblock made in Barcelona was made in 1993. We propose to change the mobility inside of the historical center of Barcelona. And we start the first superblock around of the Santa Maria del Mar Church. And at the end, the success was incredible. I think we have a very big opportunity to change the cities very quickly. For example, in Barcelona, in my opinion, it's possible to change and to implement 500 superblocks in 3 or 4 years for all the city. And we can reduce the greenhouse gases, the air pollution, the noise, the occupation of the public space, the congestion, practically all the variables related with mobility, even the public space, are resolved after the implementation of superblock in a city.
We are shifting to a new age in mobility with more electrical vehicles, EVs, making up the fleet of city buses, taxis and personal vehicles. Roads and infrastructure must be updated to meet new demands. Additionally, interoperable mobility as a service is paving the future of urban transportation. Our next speakers could not be a better experts on the matter. We have Ms. Karin Ebbinghaus, who is CEO of Elon Road, a company specializing in providing charging infrastructure for EVs, and Dr. Boyd Cohen. He's the co-founder of IO-Mob Tech. Ms. Ebbinghaus, Dr. Cohen, welcome to Smart City.
Thank you so much for having us.
So, Ms. Ebbinghaus, let's start with you. One of the biggest obstacles EVs currently face is their battery life.
Yes.
So, how does Elon Road's pioneering electric road concept change that?
Well, I think it's time to stop talking about range anxiety and embracing range happiness. Because if you have access to dynamic charging, you will in fact be able to, have total freedom to drive as long as you want.
That's very true. Dr. Cohen, would you share what IO-Mob's rail mass consists of and what are its benefits and how is it being deployed?
So increasingly, we're trying to get people out of car dependence and into rail and mass transit and shared mobility. And one of the ways to do that is to provide a competitive service to the car. With the car, you have a key, you get in it, you go, and you park. There's problems with it, we all know, including traffic and all the rest. With rail service, it is efficient, clean, low carbon, but not always the best going door to door, because where the train station starts and ends might be different from where your origin and destination is. What RailMoss is about, that we do at IO-Mob, is we allow rail operators to offer rail passengers the ability to go from their door, like they could with a car, to their destination door of the hotel without having to leave the digital experience of the rail operator. That's RailMoss.
Climate change has caused extreme weather to batter our cities, and adapting and mitigating those changes has become absolutely imperative. How do your companies help metropolises adapt around this changing environment? It's for both of you.
Well, we see electrical roads really as an enabler for full adoption of EVs, which lowering the carbon footprint from mobility is really helping to secure that. And our rails also contain a lot of sensors, so getting more data about the condition on the road could also help mitigating the consequences of climate impact.
Absolutely.
In our case, multimodal mobility is about helping shift behavior, shift mobility patterns to more sustainable shared mobility. Our estimates are 1.34 billion tons of emissions could be removed from the globe if the entire world embraced true digital multimodal experiences.
That's a lot.
Yes.
Many cities invest heavily in sustaining their current road infrastructure. So what do you say to these cities that might be skeptical on investing in modern electric roads and multimodality?
Well, I think, as Boyd said here, it's a mind shift, and today we are not weighing in the cost of...
But it's not always easy to explain, is it?
No, I know. but it's also, today you are more sort of, not punished, but judged on if you do something mistake. You're not really judged if you don't do anything. So weighing the cost of doing nothing is something that we should also put into the equation, I think.
Anything to add?
So I definitely agree with her that action is required. I think, the beauty of smart cities, I came to smart cities originally hoping that the United Nations would solve through the COP events, and instead, as Greta says, it's been a lot of blah, blah, blah. But where there's not blah, blah, blah is urban. You have mayors who are accountable to their citizens. The mayors live in the same city that they govern, and they feel the impacts of climate change, and they engage with their local constituents, and they are required, they're expected to take action. I think mobility and the broader issues around urban planning and rethinking our cities to make them more equitable, more sustainable, and easier to move around is fundamental. And I think mayors will need to continue to invest in that, and the cities will, if they want to keep their citizens happy, which in the end is the ultimate goal of a smart city, is a happy city.
That is the conclusion everybody arrives here. Cities is those who are doing everything, and maybe we need some help from other national governments or superior institutions.
Of course, it's important to co-create this new way, but I think it's important to have action, because as you said, it's a lot of talk and for the future, but I think this event has really shown a lot of examples that we can implement today and learn and deploy even further in the future, because if we're waiting for the ultimate solution, we can wait forever.
And talking about examples, what cities or countries do you see as best positioned to implement electric vehicles and mobility as a service?
Well, I think it could be done everywhere, but I think that you need to have a forward-leaning administration in a city that can see, like, from a more holistic perspective, that you solve the root problem, not only like the symptoms, but really we need to be transporting. I mean, we need to move, and we love to meet, don't we? I mean,
yes,
we do.
It's digital meetings in, like, it's good, but we still want to meet. So how do we make that in a more sustainable way?
How?
So electrification is a minimum requirement globally at all levels, whether it's passenger vehicles or mass transit vehicles or trucks, as we were discussing. So that's going to happen globally, obviously at a different pace depending on investment infrastructure. Then you talk about multimodal. I mean, multimodal exists everywhere, right? Like, whether we are aware of it or not, and it's often not facilitated very easily. I was just in a session earlier today with a woman from Mexico City who showed something she called micromobility, and I was kind of amused by it, and it's pedal bikes. It's the bikes pedaled by people, but bring passengers as like a little clean taxi, right? And she calls that a version of micromobility. But those are not digitally connected services that you can easily add into a digital platform, but they actually can be a critical part of an urban infrastructure and a mobility ecosystem. So what I'm saying is, globally, we see multimodal already emerging, and over time it'll become ubiquitous.
Ms. Ebbinghaus, Ellen Road is described as a successful triple helix of innovation, combining the public, industrial and academic sectors. What lessons can other industries and cities learn from this?
Well, I think it's important to, as I said before, co-create. And when you do this really big paradigm shift in technology, it's not up to the private enterprises or the public and research, but we need to do it together. So actually, a few years ago, the founder of our company met with the city of Lund, even though we are from the same city, at this conference. And the idea of making a pilot was born actually at this conference. So we're very happy for that. And then involving the university in Lund also to make it more sustainable and having that R&D perspective.
Ms. Ebbinghaus, Dr. Cohen, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's time to go and see where Natalie is, because I've been told she's in a very interesting place. Is that true?
Yeah, hi Jamie. I'm actually in what I think is the coolest stand that I've seen so far in the exhibit hall. We've got some autonomous cars here. Yeah, please do explain, what are these cars doing and, what are we here to kind of explore?
Yeah, yes, these are autonomous cars. These are scale 1 to 8 autonomous vehicles that are exactly the same sensors and the same technology that an autonomous car has today. And as you see, they are Cupra fermentors. We are testing them here.
Yeah, I also see just a really cool looking kind of racing track here behind us. And there's a competition going on, I think.
Well, this is not really about racing because it's not about speed. We are not trying to be as fast as possible. We are trying to solve challenges. During these days at the Smart City World Expo, we had 4 different challenges, and today it's about a family car. So these university teams are going to compete between each other, and they are going to try to solve this challenge, which is starting somewhere in this track and going somewhere else in an autonomous way.
All right. Well, yeah, thanks for having a look here in this exciting corner, and we'll hand it over to you, Jamie.
That was really interesting, Natalie. First, we saw those air taxis, and now these autonomous cars. Thank you very much. Eurocities is a network comprising of more than 200 cities in 38 countries and representing 130 million people. Its functions include advocacy, representing the voice of cities at the European Union level and bringing about change on the ground. They provide insights, monitoring and reporting to cities about the latest EU developments, funding opportunities and trends that can affect them. Ms. Annalisa Boni has been Secretary General of Eurocities since June 2014. She has 25 years of professional experience in European Union public affairs and in the field of local and regional governments, and has successfully worked for stronger recognition of cities' challenges within the European agenda. Ms. Boni, how great to have you at Tomorrow.Mobility. What do you think the urban future will look like as far as cities in your network are concerned? How can cities move towards zero neutrality?
Well, it's hard to predict the future as such, but what we can say is that we definitely see a change of paradigm in cities, like, moving from a totally car-centric cities to more people-friendly cities, like trying to, even in urban planning and decisions of, public authorities and so on, trying to give more space to people and community and to make cities more livable for people rather than cars, for instance. So this is definitely one thing that we can see. Now there are different solutions that already are being implemented in cities, like car-free zones, them, trying to develop public transport more, or creating path lanes, cycle paths or lanes for pedestrian, those that want to use the soft modes, like walking and cycling. And one thing which is becoming clearer and clearer for cities, for instance, is that cleaner vehicles will not be enough to change the climate ambitions, because we need to make, we need to make sure that people use more sustainable alternatives when moving in cities. And one of the tools, cities are trying to think and trying to see as a way to go in this direction is the mission for climate neutral cities that we had just a session about, which will highlight solutions to help cities to become climate neutral by 2030. So having public authorities together with all other level of government, but also all the stakeholders in the city will, be part of this mission and will be able to, embark a whole city or metropolitan area into climate neutrality to 2030.
I have another question for you, which is two questions in one. How are cities creating policies for the future of mobility, and how can Eurocities help city planners in this field?
Well, the impact of COVID-19, as you know, had a huge impact on the way in which people have been moving and commuting across cities. In certain cities like I don't know, I'm just thinking. And anyway, some cities are reduction, I think Madrid was, a reduction of 90% of public transport use has been observed and at some point. And at the same time, cycling practices saw a boom in a lot of major cities. I'm thinking of Milan, of Brussels, and many other cities. Cities had to learn to improve the resilience of their urban transport ecosystem, which is not easy. But because we might face other major events in the future, like COVID, cities had to integrate resilience very strongly together with sustainability. And of course, at Eurocities, as you briefly mentioned at the beginning, we do, one of our missions is to support exchange of good practices between our members across Europe. And in this case, we try to draw conclusions on what works best in this field, in mobility and in how to transform the cities for the better, because working together is really on very strong and common urban challenges is really part of our DNA. And by the way, since we are still in the middle of this pandemic, at least here in Brussels, it's going up really fast. It's hard to say which are the elements that will remain in the future. I mean, teleworking, by the way, is only one aspect. So I think what's important is that once the crisis will more or less be under control, hopefully, we'll need to take a step backwards and look at what has worked to improve urban mobility.
Ms. Bonney, what are the most common mobility barriers cities are faced with when dealing with the climate emergency?
Sorry, I didn't hear.
I repeat myself, no worries. What are the most common mobility barriers cities are faced with when dealing with the climate emergency?
The mobility barriers. I mean, the mobility barriers are connected to the fact that people tend to want to use cars, and they tend to, still, do their own things as they are used to do. So the main challenge or the main solution or directions to go towards is to really try and bring all relevant actors, so like businesses, citizens, academia, all the levels of government as well, cities, regions, member states, Europe, and everyone to commit together to achieve climate neutrality. Because at the end of the day, is the fact of saying what's in it for me that is important, and trying to respond to this question from the side of those who sell cars, those that use cars, those who have to deliver legislation that will allow public authorities to take some steps in terms of infrastructure or things like that, and also those actions that will help citizens to actually change their way of seeing how they can use, how they can move around the cities, how, things like that. So again, it's really about making sure that everyone, having all these sort of conversations in terms of all the elements of a complex urban ecosystem that will make the difference, and is today the main barrier, I would say.
The role of networks such as Eurocities is crucial, especially in uncertain moments such as today. We look forward to hearing from you in the near future. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. It seems unbelievable, but we've reached the end of the Smart City and Tomorrow Mobility World Congress. What a wonderful 3 days. I hope you enjoyed them as much as we did. I don't want to leave without talking one last time to our amazing correspondents. Natalie, Paula, looks like we're done. We made it. So, Natalie, How has this experience been for you? What have you learned?
Hi, Jamie. Well, I've learned tons. You know, it's been really great to really have this being my office for the past 3 days, and speaking to really, really interesting experts and innovators from, you know, not just European cities, but from around the world. I think that has been a really valuable lesson, has been the key to sustainability and, you know, really resilient cities is really in collaboration, and we've heard from Salvador de Bahia from Brazil, we've heard from cities like Stockholm and Amsterdam, and they're all, you know, working to make their own cities more sustainable and resilient, but that happens through collaboration, and I think that's one of the key messages that I'm taking with me. And yeah, no, it's been a fantastic 3 days, and I hope everyone else enjoyed it too.
And it's been just amazing to see people from all over the world. Paula, you've also learned a lot of things, but you've also had fun. I saw those 3D vegan steaks and the robot dog and entering in interesting places. It's been amazing.
Yeah, I got the chance to walk through the whole expo, and there's really amazing projects. I'm aware that we have the power to change things. That is the conclusion I come to. And although we've got a long way to go still, but the projects and the ideas and the intentions are already out here, and this is proof of it. So we just have to keep working towards a better future and better cities.
Definitely have the power to change things. Thank you for your tireless work. It's been a huge pleasure, truly, and see you next year. And that's it. Thank you very much for watching. It's been great sharing these 3 days with you. We are already looking forward to seeing you next year. Meanwhile, remember, you can watch everything from Smart City and Tomorrow Mobility on Tomorrow City platform. See you next year. Goodbye.
The future of global urban inhabitants will depend on how we tackle the greatest challenges of our lifetime. Climate change, population density, traffic congestion, affordable housing, education, health, inequality, and social justice. What happens in cities shapes our world. The current global context shows us that going solo is not an option anymore. The key to a brighter future lies in accelerating sustainable and inclusive cities all over the globe together. To do so, we need experts, citizens, and organizations playing together like an orchestra. They'll be envisioning and pushing forward plural, inclusive solutions, being intentional and open-handed, and responding with collaborative approaches to the complex problems cities face. Tomorrow City is a platform to accelerate sustainability, inclusivity, enable collaboration, and identify solutions to critical urban issues. Trusted by the world's biggest corporations, more than 700 cities worldwide, and a network of 70,000 global professionals, Tomorrow City uses the smart city ecosystem to fuel sustainable and inclusive urban projects.